Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the archives of the D&D podcast channel that we have, the Cosmic Taverns. I'm your host, Nitsify. We are also in a group call currently with Acrid, who is our co-host, and Chris Crash Games. Yeah, so this is the archives. If you found this video, congratulations. These are going to be unlinked. These are going to be basically, what's the word? They're not public, but they're not private. If you get a hold of this, unlisted. If you found the playlist, then good for you. Good job. Congrats. You get a cookie, or maybe you don't. Maybe you do. No, actually you don't. Either way, the current campaign that we're going to be doing this, even though the PNG has not changed because I decided to do this willy-nilly today, so I was not prepped for this. However, I do not care. Is that I have another solo campaign that I'm doing in Acrid's world with a character by the name of Hojiro Nakamura, who's also going by the alias name of Enma to the public. He is basically running a secret organization that is dealing with problems around the world. Originally, there was a organization called the Bounty Corps that used to handle any problems that came up, whether if it was criminal, things like that. They normally handled it. In the world, there are currently 3 corps. There's the Demon Corps that handles cults, demons, undead, that sort of stuff. There's the Monster Corps that handles titans, monsters that have gone like destructive, stuff like that. And the Bounty Corps basically handled everything else. However, the Bounty Corps has crumbled, and Hojiro was kind of already expecting that to happen before it happened. So, as a level 3 warlock, he was already prepping ahead of time. So basically, as of now, I have currently created a few squads of people that I have recruited into my hidden organization that people do not know about at the current time. We have Varbuk, who is an Anglerian rogue who is a part of my party, as well as Kila, who is a half Khajiit bard, and Alania, who was originally a high elf but was cursed by a cult. So she is technically an abomination race. That is not an insult. That's legit what she's put under. But she is a monk. Besides that, they basically go around, get information from the public secretly, and then just kind of handle the problems themselves while doing it in darkness. So they travel during the night. The rest is pretty self-explanatory as you kind of go on throughout the D&D podcast. So with that being said, I think we are mainly good to go. We won't be doing it as much on more of a content route, by the way. This is more of us just kind of vibing, and I just wanted to I want to be able to look back at my old podcast or the old campaigns that we did. So it's all for good fun.
Yeah.
Currently, as of now, I have Bojangles tea.
Wow.
Yeah, I have some Bojangles tea. I should put on some music, huh? None of this is going to be edited, by the way. None of this.
Suffer in silence.
Yes. I should check, see how loud the music is. Let me see. It's not loud enough.
It's deafening.
Hold on. I'm checking audio levels.
Beep, 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 beep.
This should be fine. I think that's a good audio level in between compared to our voices. If not, then oh well.
Beep, beep,
sorry, beep. Listeners, bitch asses.
You shouldn't even be here.
Yeah. Be gone, thought. Fuck your ears. All right.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I've got my D&D sheet up. I'm ready whenever.
Yeah, no, I know. I was like, so currently you guys are in North Pass.
Yes.
Because y'all just saved a bunch of people. I'll go ahead and
we went through the Bounty Corps collapsed building. Went to the basement area where they normally have a cell full of people that they deemed not worthy of being alive, but not really worthy of not being killed. That is that weird thing of like they've been locked up for reasons. We freed
too
those
dangerous
people.
to be free.
Yeah.
Too dangerous to be free, but not dangerous enough to be killed.
Yeah. So we freed them. They work with us now. And we also just randomly saved a like Medusa looking girl. So yeah.
Yeah, who's like 13. She just petrified like 8 people.
Yeah, she felt really bad about it. So we've got her blindfolded, so she doesn't actually really petrify anyone, but we've sent a letter to a Yanti who can petrify people easily by looking at them as well. So he's a good Yanti. He's a good person. His name's Louis. He actually has a proper full name, but everybody calls him Louis because his name's really hard to say.
It actually is.
Yeah,
Like
he's gonna take her in and train her how to control that. Thankfully.
Yeah. What looks like only 5 foot tall Yanti will be showing up, but when you look at it, he only stands up, but with half of his body.
Yep.
The other half of it is on the ground, so it's like, oh wait, you're 10 feet long.
Yeah. Oh, I should also preface the past missions that we have done so far, because we actually have done a few missions before I finally decided that we should make an archive thing.
Yeah.
The first one that we handled was a nearby farmstead that was at the time near, what was the town that we were from? White Ridge. It was near White Ridge, like a few days like southwest of White Ridge. And apparently there was a kidnapping that happened at the farmstead. We went there, and apparently there was like a bandit group that had stolen them. So we had our Anglerian rogue basically sneak into the fortress, kill a bunch of people, and then we just raided the place as Hojiro cast darkness over it. Nobody could see what was happening. And the Anglerian was just having a heyday, while the others were like 1v1ing some other random people.
Yeah, but the Anglerian essentially 1v7'd the rest of the fucking place and was fine.
Yeah. He had the help of a specter helping him out, and then eventually the others ran into the fortress when the time was right. There was 3 kids that were locked up that had just been kidnapped from different areas. A lizard folk child who was like 6, who had basically been keeping the others from getting like hurt to the best of his ability, but he had been in a cage. There was a, like, 4-year-old human who was stolen from the farmer, and then a, like, I think it was a 5-year-old tiefling that had been traumatized because she got to see, they were a traveling group. She got to see her mom and her dad slaughtered in front of her.
Yeah, also, to give you an idea, the lizard folk was 8, actually. That was, like,
bad.
It was an 8-year-old protecting a 5-year-old and a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
The 8-year-old was trying.
He was trying. So basically the cage, the way it worked was that the cage on the bottom bit was, like, underneath, was, like, on top of, like, some type of thing that could, like, heat up the bottom of the floor. If I remember
It was
right.
on top of, like, a literal, like, a fire pit, essentially.
Yeah. So if they misbehaved or something like that, or if they didn't do this, something the bandits wanted to do, they would just heat up the bottom bit. So the lizard folk was basically grabbing onto the 4-year-old human and then just lifting her up and hanging on, like, the cage. So only one of them was getting hurt, which was the tiefling, but since she has resistance, it's better for her to take the damage out of
He would also, like, try to, like, use his tail to, like, pick her up. So his tail was starting to take damage.
Yeah.
So it was like he was trying.
Yeah. When we got to them, his left arm was completely fucked up, and his, like, tail was starting to get to that degree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was that a genuine, like, the 8-year-old had done the best he could.
Yeah. Yeah, and there was also, we also had found out that they had plans to try and poison a nearby lizard folk tribe's village, their water source. So we dealt with that. Besides that, the other completed missions, there was a deep sea triton who later on joined our squad. He runs his own squadron now. His name is Kovnas. He was a deep sea triton. He had an heirloom that was stolen from him, so we went with him to track down the said assailants who stole it. We murdered 2 of them. We spared 2 of them, and they're now working with a mercenary guy who has whipped them into shape, and his name is, I gotta remember, his name is Lanoth. But within that time, we also managed to save a warlock who didn't even know any of that theft even happened. She had just gotten brought into that group recently, so she was spared and she works with Kovnas. So Kovnas and her work together, and then Lanoth, who is a Goliath that we found who is getting attacked by a bunch of goblins. He's an ex-mercenary. His left leg is a peg leg, and he's also missing an arm, if I remember correctly, as well. So they just kind of stole his leg, so they fucked him over.
He's missing his eye.
Yeah, he's missing his eye. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got both of his arms, and you really don't want to get grabbed by him.
Yeah. Yeah. But they went for his one weakness, which was his leg. So they like basically toppled him over. So we managed to save him. So he now he's now a squadron leader as he took in those other 2 bandits and is basically whipped them into shape, so they're working for him. This is not an option. It was either that or they got killed.
Yup.
Yeah, and then there's the python-haired kid that we saved, and then we dealt with a tabaxi who stole from a goblin merchant named Gimo. As the deal was, if we dealt with the tabaxi who stole from him and we got him his ring back, he would give us a deed to a person who is from the desert. And for those who don't know, the desert has a thing called the claim thing, which is basically just a roundabout way to mention slavery. So my dude was trying to get a hold of his slavery deed, basically, so that way he can hopefully get them freedom. That's really what that is. So
yeah, the claim system is a backwards, better sounding version of slavery.
Yeah. Have we gotten... I can't remember if we got the, if I got to see the person's name for the person that we got.
I don't
Did we?
think... you got the deed, but you hadn't looked at it yet.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet. So I get... That's literally where we stopped. I got the deed, and then we stopped. Because it was like 2 a.m.
Yeah, you were like, let me die.
Yeah,
let me die.
It was like 2 a.m. and I was like, I got work in the morning. So, what's that name? I hate to put you on the spot, but what's that name?
Yeah, let me grab that 1 second. Let me scroll through my list of names that I've got.
Yeah. You're like every DM obviously knows every NPC that they have within any given second at all times.
Yeah, man, ignore my typing.
Yeah. Don't worry, your mic isn't picking up on it. So, whereas mine gets picked up. Hey everyone, I pressed the N hotkey record button. So guess what? I'm gonna merge those two videos together.
God, it's gonna be the most aggressive cut.
Yeah, you guys, if you saw that cut, pretend it never happened. This was a seamless transition. Okay? I don't want to. I refuse to re-explain everything about the Hojiro campaign. So no, I refuse. What's that name? But the desert person, the slave person I'm saving.
I know. I'm trying.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
I'm trying to save face here. God.
Ah, there it is.
Okay. So what's the name? What?
I'm working on it.
Who is you, man? Is their name Chris Crash Games?
No.
Okay, I tried. Sorry, Chris. I tried to get you into the game. You're reminded of the massive cultural loss we suffer from the death of Flash. What? Oh, this person's about Flash, like the Flash games on websites. I was reading a tweet. I was like, the fucker, who is this guy? I don't even know this account. It was so ahead of time, there's still no replacement for the creative space it once occupied for artists, animators, and game devs. Yeah. I mean, you could just put it on Steam. A lot of Flash games just got put on Steam. It's actually really not that big of a deal. Well, I'm dumb.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm just dumb. I don't know. I'm stupid. What am I to say?
Okay, so...
Yeah.
There you go.
Where?
Wait. Hold on.
Okay. Alright, man.
Fucking punch you.
Their name's the Keeper? That's awesome, yo. They look chill. Why'd you pick a name that even I don't know how to say? I'm just gonna call him Joshi. Vajashi? Vajashi? Maybe Vajashi. I don't know how to say that one, man. I'm gonna be honest. I hate to be that way, man. I don't know.
No, you don't. You're happy to be like that. Oh, God. Fuck it. You're getting a simpler name. Are you done?
Almost. Ran out of tea. Ugh. way, listeners, you can skip to future edit here. I won't be editing shit. You can skip to timestamp here, and you'll skip all the random silence. Don't worry about it.
Beep beep beep
Beep
beep
beep
beep
beep beep beep beep beep beep.
I'll get you that name in a moment. Insert name here.
Okay. So bitch. So Hojiro looks up at Gimo and goes, "Bitch." No.
I genuinely, it's that weird thing of
Yeah.
I cannot find a name that I like.
Honestly, it's fair. What's the race?
Here, got it. This.
Okay.
There, Kishji. There you go.
Kissy.
Yeah, it's essentially, you would find out from her description, she is a desert Khajiit.
Cool.
And Gimo's like, I'll get her shipped to you immediately, then flies off. And it's like, what do you mean shipped?
Hojiro would just kind of squint his eyes. He doesn't. It's that thing like he's looking at Gimo. He's like, "You've already been racist to me. I don't. What do you mean
Don't you
by
dare
shipped?
Don't you dare shove her in a box."
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna say right now, if he fucking does that, he might end up on the fucking list of things to kill. Like, Lazarus is coming after you.
Lazarus has a proper boss fight on his hands.
Yeah, the walking boss fight is fighting a walking boss fight. Like,
it's a stalemate.
It's a stalemate, and then Rudin shows up.
Gimo leaves.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, okay, so Gimo, with your 12 in intelligence, you probably won't.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so glad Gimo got that nat 1 on charisma.
Yeah. I'm glad he's not putting someone in the box, though. Thank goodness. Okay.
Probably.
He better not. Guy, you just see him flying over to you again, the next 2 days. He's just holding the person by the shirt. They're like dangling from the air. It's like, don't crash. Don't land the way you always do. He does it anyways. It's like, gosh damn it. Are they dead? Are they alive?
Don't tempt me.
Revivify! No, I don't have Revivify. They're just dead. Okay, so yeah, he'd appreciate that. He'd send out that letter as for those who don't know, the courts often have funding from countries and kings. He's realizing since Bounty Corps is gone, there's going to be a vacuum of power. So people are going to be trying to fill in, and most likely, there's a good shot it's going to be someone who's just greedy and wants fame, or money, or both. He wants things to actually be done properly. So he's going to, send out a letter to the press, letting them know that he's going to be making a proper announcement out into the public if they wish to be there for interviews and things like that. They may, as he will allow questioning upon the stage once he is done talking. As he would kind of mention to them, he plans on coming out public with a organization to help replace the Bounty Corps, and more importantly, be better than the Bounty Corps, as he would word it. And then also just kind of inform and request funding from the Queen of the Elven Kingdom, even though he lives in the dynasty, the Darren dynasty.
Yes, so he would be shipping off that letter.
Yes.
Which, as far as it is known by anyone, the Elven Queen is in a city known as Selenia, which is there's no direct path. The only direct path is known by the elves. Yep. And they're not exactly keen on sharing.
Fair. She would be told, I guess, by the way he would word it in that letter, so you know how she would respond. He would mention that he would be requesting funding if she is willing to fund his core. He would explain what the core is for and how it will handle matters. He'd offer aid in return, and if she wants information on anything that they are dealing with, he will give information. In the process, besides that, he would mention why he would have stuck out to her, out of all people, which is more the fact that he has seen how the Elven Kingdom has been the fastest to crack down on secrecy problems, things like that.
Yeah.
So
the elves are not keen on letting anything that they don't have full knowledge of exist.
Yep.
They are very quick to remove it.
Hojiro is a pretty big believer that the Assassin's Guild is a real thing. He has never seen an assassin, but he does 100% believe that that is a thing. And to be honest, he knows he probably would have heard if there has been any stories of Elven dealing like shooing out Assassin Guild stuff. Then he 100% would have that would have been 100% more of like a lock in faith for them from Hoshi.
Yeah. Yeah. He's probably pretty sure they exist.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's going to be doing that press thing in North Pass. He only went out, I think, 2 days away from North Pass to get Livia, the Medusa head girl who had been accidentally turning people to stone. So he's going to bring her. He's going to bring Rudin's squad, which consists of... I'm going to go and pull up my sheet here, just double check. So he'll be bringing Rudin, Liras, and Vilgus, as they will need to be mentioned within the press meeting. As well as he'll bring Hernastiz more for to watch from afar as in case anyone steps out of the line, she can handle a problem.
Don't see her.
Yeah.
Don't see her, but she's there.
Herna's squad, so Hernastiz, Kamalto, and Mist, they're gonna be more just there for protection. Not saying Rudin and Liraz and Vilgus can't handle anything that comes, but it's just an extra step in protection. And on top of that, Livia, Ava, and Polly will be upstage with Hoshi, Liraz, and Rudin. Because those are the main things. Because Polly needs to be mentioned because she's going to be running the investigation division. Ava is kind of just there to help him correct the way he's speaking because he isn't exactly the most charismatic person. So she's kind of there to be, just kind of help out.
Yeah, have the bard cast charm person.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's Scenery will probably just be somewhere within, outside of the crowd, kind of again, keeping tabs on people, as well as Hojiro's crew probably doing the same. Alani will probably be up top with him. That's kind of it's she is technically the, co-owner.
Alania,
I think, is probably the co-owner to a degree.
Fair enough.
But yeah.
Then Varbuk, you don't see him, and Kelia is there.
Yeah, Kelia is there.
Keela is there because she needs to be, because she's also a bard.
Yep.
Oh boy.
So at least we're prepped for this step for the press.
Get the bards talking.
Yep.
Get the charisma beans talking.
Yep. So we gotta travel 2 days back with the giant group that we have. Back to North Pass.
Yep, so you guys would travel for those 2 days. Nothing fucking happens. I cannot express that enough. You see, you guys would spot this because Herna would point them out. There's a couple gnolls that were probably gonna ambush. Yeah. They fucking turn and run.
God.
It is the most, it was 4 gnolls.
Yeah.
There's 8 to 10 people here.
Yeah, and a lot of them are level 20s, and there's me who's a level 4. Yup.
Allow me to cause instant negation for any and all encounters.
Yeah.
Unless you want an encounter that's a challenge for a level 20,
I don't think I'll be much help. I already helped out with the greater demon, and I really wasn't too much help until that final bit. Like, that
Yeah,
took
you
some
got to feel.
planning.
Yeah, and you got to feel what it was like for fucking Jaeger.
Uh-huh. I'm normally the guy that, for those who don't know, I'm normally the guy that just kind of throws just my whole body around when I fight in most of the D&D stuff, because I normally end up playing monks. So I'm normally just like, yeah, I fucking run full speed, 130 feet max distance, and throw my body at them. That's the only type of shit I pull. I had a full-on plan. The beginning first turn, I held my turn. And the one thing I did was with my bonus action, in which all I did was cast message on a knife. That was it. And then in the next turn, I threw that knife. That knife didn't trigger message straight away. It hit him, hit the demon treant. I then used enlarge as a special because I am a half-duergar. So I went from 6 feet to 12 feet in the demon's 14 feet. So I basically almost reached its eyesight, like face to face with it. And then cast Adding Furious Fist and punched it twice, using my action and bonus action.
Yep.
And then the message
And then used
played.
his reaction. And then used his reaction to grapple the fucking demon.
Yeah, to try and wrestle a person one of the demon hunters who we were helping at the time, who had been basically grabbed and was getting like squeezed in like the demon's hand. So I grabbed his hand and started forcing them out of the hand, and then the message played from the knife as it heard Death's whistle. Death, for those who don't know, is based off of the Puss in Boots like wolf thing, but it was given Acrid like special twists and things. It works for the god of death in his world, Exil, and basically it has a giant list and it slowly just kind of goes through people. And so the demon first heard his mimicking version of it, and it was like, what the fuck is that? Just more confused. And then the actual death showed up in the demon's domain. He whistled and it took psychic damage and then got enveloped in a black pillar of flames, taking over 400 damage when it only had 55 health left. And then he shattered the realm. I wanted to put that out there, so hopefully whenever we look back at this one day, we can remember that was a thing that happened. And I want to let you know, I planned every bit of that out. I did not tell Acrid, and it went exactly according to plan. I cannot express how happy I was that my plan worked. To a T.
Yeah. I had to roll to see if Death cared, but he heard his own whistle and he was like, "Who the fuck?"
Yep.
So he showed up. And he didn't immediately whistle, but he showed up and then thought about it. And he was like, fuck it, I'll help.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah, so you guys would travel back.
Yeah.
And I've got an image for the girl you're getting.
Okay.
But instead of like her fur being orange, it's essentially black.
Okay.
That's the only difference I have to make because I can't find the perfect image. For those who don't know, just so I can explain this, I homebrewed everything to hell and back, and if I don't like it, I change it.
Yeah. Also, we should also mention that a lot of NPCs, characters, sometimes even player characters at times, are often based off of like designs that we've seen on things like Pinterest and other places. And we kind of just get like that's not always the case, but a lot of times that is the case because we end up seeing a lot of designs. We're like, oh, that's cool, and so we end up using the designs to a degree.
There's thousands and thousands of images, and you're running into like over an entire campaign a couple hundred NPCs.
Yeah,
it's cool to have an image for each person, so you actually place him to a face.
Yes, so. Like Acrid's not really artistic, and I don't like drawing. I can draw, but I hate drawing. So normally what we do is we'll just grab these images and we'll kind of base it off. If there's any changes that the DM or I as a person end up ever making, we'll kind of mention what those changes, what the difference is between the actual picture and the actual character itself. Besides that, we will never throw these images up onto the screens because we do not have the artist's names, things like that, and it would not be okay to not credit them at the end of the day. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't have enough time to be checking for every single artist, going through it, grabbing the name, and then shoving in. I don't have an editor, and this is also, once again, gonna be raw, so we'll just do our best to try and describe what they look like when the times come when we see images, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Nitz gets to do a bunch of talking.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I should explain what Hojiro looks like. That's the thing that I should do, huh? So, yeah. So Hojiro is a, like, half Durgar that stands around, like, 6 foot. Like, on the dime 6 foot. He was born in the desert. He now lives in the dynasty. He moved out of the desert because he didn't like the whole slave trade thing that is basically, like, in
the culture.
What?
It's like ingrained in their culture.
Yeah, it's
like
ingrained in their culture.
Normal
so
at
to
this
them,
point.
yeah, to them it's normal, and that's kind of the sad thing. He heavily disliked that. But he has this like very long, like ginger hair. He often has it tied up when he's on missions, but if he is just being more on the casual side, which I know when he goes to the press, he will definitely be more on the casual side. He normally will have his hair just fully down, which when it's fully down, he doesn't have it tied up. It basically hits like halfway down his back. He has these, like, yellow eyes with, like, thin black eyebrows. He normally has his, like, his nose and down, like, covered in a mask that basically is, like, skin tight. Besides that, he kind of dresses similar to a blacksmith is the best way to put it. He has, like, a black tank top, that he kind of wears with a, like, blue cape that he kind of, like, wears over his shoulders. It's kind of torn up and ragged, but people just normally assume that it's because of the fire. The fire normally probably just burns it up. That is not the case. And they're like yellow lace things that like kind of connect the two ends and keep the cape tied around him. Besides that, he has like these like black forearm bits that he has like these black sleeves that are. It's like the thing of like it's sleeveless sleeves. It goes like from his forearm and then up onto his hand, and it wraps around specifically his middle finger, and then doesn't cover the other fingers. That's just kind of his way of protecting himself a little bit from the cold if he ever goes into cold weather, because North Pass is kind of a cold area. And then he wears like just like a jacket like around his waist with like black trousers, black baggy trousers. But the jacket is like a gray. He only really wears that when he's going on a full-on mission, because that's more like a cloak jacket. But a lot of people, because of the way he dresses, end up thinking he is a blacksmith. But that is Hojiro.
We could go into full detail on his NPCs.
We probably should. Varbuk's a pretty stereotypical like Anglerian. I don't think there's really too much to say for him. Anglerians are anglerfish tritons. They're ancient. They're like ancient tritons that came from the deep darks. There isn't really too much to say on like extreme specifics because he is a pretty average-looking Anglerian. He just wears like some natural leather clothing. But he's around, I think, 6'3", around there, if I remember right. So he's slightly taller than Hojiro. He has like a dark blue and light blue like gradiency. Yeah.
Yeah. But he only stands about 4 feet tall because he walks on all fours.
Yeah, he walks on all fours.
But
yeah, he also has like fangs that kind of protrude out from his bottom part of his jaw, like upwards, because he uses that to tear through flesh. And besides that, he has his yellow bulb that he uses to attract people in the darkness to come near him, so he gets a free sneak attack, and gets advantage on that hit. So that's fun. Yes, that is it. That is a homebrew race that I created. You're welcome. Besides that, there is Alania, who is what was a high elf and then cursed to become an abomination, but she looks like a high elf unless she. Yeah, I don't. Do you want to try and describe her? Because I actually don't have her picture.
I thought I gave it to you.
Not directly. It's that thing like you sent in DM. I could probably check through NPCs. Hold on, through NPC visuals and look through there real quick. It's more the fact I don't know what she looks like when she's an abomination.
Okay,
She's in
so when she
abomination form,
looks, I will try to find.
I'm looking for her. That's the
boy.
pawn shop. I'm coming very close to her NPC visual. I have to go through Discord messages. There's Louie. There's Louie. There's Keela. Let me talk about Keela while we're trying to find it. Keela is our bard. Well, I'm already on Keela. I might as well. Keela is our bard. She's a half Khajiit. She has white hair with white ears. Because she's only half Khajiit, she's mainly human-esque, but she does have the ears and the tail of a Khajiit. She wears this like white, like I don't know if it's like a cloth, but like linen like jacket that has like pockets on it. With a like is this weird thing. She has like this like visor, like plastic visor thing that like kind of goes over half of her like over like half of her chest, like just like a small portion of the chest, and then like a green shirt, and then like just like it's like white like shorts that barely cover her leg, like the beginning of her legs. They don't even go down the full thighs. Like it's almost booty shorts at that point, and then green eyes. Oh, and she has like a little collar thing, like a black and yellow like collar.
Yep.
Who you found, Keela?
Next, I reposted it in
Pog. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
I also sent Kishji's image, but you haven't seen her yet.
Okay. Yeah, so Alania, okay, so I won't explain Kishji yet. But Alania, she is a pretty normal looking high elf when she's on abomination mode. We're talking like sky blue eyes, pointy ears, like almost like it's like a brunette but ginger hair, from what I can tell.
Her hair's a bit more red than like the average person.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a thing, like she kind of dyed her hair, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely more on the white side when it comes to skin tone. We're talking like, because her side job, or I guess side hustle, that she was also using as a way for people not to realize that she'd been working for a secret corps. She doubles as a stripper dancer.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Something like that. Exotic dancer.
Yeah, exotic dancer. She wears like a black crop top that like around the tit area. There's no other way to say that. It's like red.
Yeah.
She also has sleeves similar to Hoji, except hers actually has a little bit more design. It's not just fully black. There's like at the very beginning, it also goes down further on her arm. It's like a little bit before
like sleeveless gloves.
Yeah, like sleeveless gloves that go almost down her entire arm, almost. But it has like at the very beginning, at the very end bit of it, there's like a blue line bit that kind of like goes on there, probably to help adjust in case it's too baggy or too tight. Then on the like part that hits the forearm bit, it goes from a black to like a red bit, and then when it gets around to the hand, it goes back to black. It looks like it's made out of cloth material with like the way the texturing is on the design though. So it's probably like a like nice cotton.
It's like a cloth linen like mix.
The picture doesn't have like any pants, so I don't know what she wears for pants, but it's there.
It's like she wears something similar to the crop top, like very minimalistic clothing.
Fair enough. You know, probably explain Abomination what she looks like that when she actually gets in a fight, because that's normally when it shows. So,
yeah, when she's like, okay, fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, she is a monk way of the gun, so she wields a revolver for fun.
Yup. Meanwhile, Hojiro with his fucking battle scythe, who is a warlock of a phantom Valkyrie, and he's a follower of the goddess of darkness, Mara. So he has benefits from following her. He can summon a specter, and he has and he's damn good at stealth.
Oh yeah.
An advantage on perception. So yeah.
Yep.
But yes.
Oh boy. So
I won't explain what Kishi looks like until we actually run into her. But yeah.
Yeah. That's what she looks like. I couldn't get around without having to re-find her image. That's why I had to send it.
That's fair. That's
I was like,
fair.
I was like, I'm not gonna re-find this. I'm not. I refuse.
It's fair. It's fair. I get it, man. But yeah. So, for what it sounds like, we get to that town pretty easily.
Oh yeah, no, it's perfectly fine.
Pog.
It's almost as if you cheated. And
hey, to be honest, it wasn't me wanting to cheat. I'm looking at this like, I'm gonna have to explain letting out Rudin and Lazarus. Because they've got some touchy cases.
Liras.
Liraz, sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
So I need to bring them for that reason. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Then we also will, like, with there being a lot of people there, there's a shot there. Someone tries to do something really fucked up. So there isn't honestly a genuine need to keep people that can actually handle a situation.
Oh yeah.
Because people are probably still riled up from the bounty core thing.
Yep.
But
to give you an idea,
we can't wait either.
Yeah. To give everyone an idea, when the bounty core fell, it went down in a blaze of fire.
Yeah, people are mad. Yeah.
It's riots are powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yup. Yeah, they the one in White Ridge they burnt down. And then no, that was the one where they weren't burning down. They were they did burn that one down. They burnt that one down. They chucked a Molotov. Yeah, they chucked a Molotov, and the bouncer was having to fight off a crowd of people by himself. Not because he was trying to protect the place. He was just trying to survive. We got him out. We got him to safety. But he works for us now. His name is Taron. He's a Chalon, aka Tiger person.
Yeah, he was like a Nat 18 Tiger person.
Yeah.
But he's very much Tiger.
Yeah. But yeah, there's that one, and then I don't remember what happened to the one that we found in North Pass where we got Liraz out.
You guys didn't see it, but it was just completely rubble.
Yeah.
Like it was just completely destroyed.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know what happened to that one. I just know when we got there, it was absolutely in pieces. So I don't imagine it was fire.
Yeah, so from what it looked like, a firecrackler rogue was probably around.
Great
when it went down.
explosions. Oh, fucking Skibble.
Uh-huh.
If he was alive. Skibble was a blue kobold character I had. He got in prison because he tried killing the king of the Dwarven Empire. And he successfully destroyed a huge portion of the castle, blew holes in the walls, tried destroying the throne made out of mithril, which dented. And then that by itself is a giant fine. And then got a few of the high guards killed.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and killed a maid by accident. He didn't mean for that one. They're just unlucky because he blew up a wall and they just so happen to be on the other side of it.
Uh-huh.
They're really unlucky.
He also shanked a maid in the leg as he was running by her.
He shanked the butler in the leg. No. Yeah. He would never hurt a lady on purpose, but he would 100% shank a man. The 2-foot-tall kobold.
At least he's got some moral.
Yeah, he has moral.
Singular moral.
Yo, listen,
singular moral.
He got an innocent blind dragonborn out of jail. At the cost of his life. But there was morals there. They just weren't high.
I love that. We're not gonna go into describing that.
Yeah, we're not gonna go through any of that shit, man. I wanna actually get into Hojiro. 31 minutes in. Oh god. You good, man?
No.
Fair, me neither. So.
Yeah. So, good old... Oh, I lost the dice.
Sad.
Hojiro heads back. Hoji said heads back to good old North Pass.
Yes.
Okay, where'd that one?
Where'd you go?
I lost the die.
How? How'd you manage this?
I dropped it.
Bruh.
Right. Okay, there we go. But yeah, so they would get back to North Pass,
Yeah.
and okay, cool. How are you achieving this? Oh god damn it. Okay, so he would get a letter.
Uh-huh.
Hoji would get a letter. Not he's like, oh, maybe it's from the Queen or maybe it's from the press. No. Neither. No. It's from
Okay.
Gimo.
Gimo, what? What is it, Gimo?
He's like, I'm on my way with the person.
For those who don't know, Gimo's a goblin, but he flies. Wanna know how? Well, with his 500 pounds of luggage, he's made and constructed leather wings that he flies with by flapping at insane speeds. The man looks like a hummingbird while he's trying to fly around. If he is holding her by his feet, like a damn bird, as he's flying through the air, I hope he's not choking her to death. By like the collar of her shirt, just grabbing her. Cause that could be an actual problem. Gimo, what are you doing? It's concerning. For those who don't know, by the way, Gimo was originally an NPC in my D&D world. I used to DM for him. He got yeeted into Acrid's world. It's a long story, but he's basically here.
Begrudgingly.
Begrudgingly. He's a fucking insane NPC. I love him to bits, but his methods are debatable. Okay, so
yeah, you get a letter, and it's also a thing that it's only been 2 days, so Gimo definitely used some teleportation magic as he was flying.
Yeah, he would. He just flies fast enough, he just teleports.
He just does the fucking into the future bullshit.
Just pulling the Flash moment.
God. In any case, yeah, so you would be able to know that he is on his way.
Oh boy. That's great. Awesome.
Yep, so your new NPC is approaching at speed.
Whoa.
At Gimo speed.
I'm so excited.
Ugh.
Oh,
anyways.
man. Yeah.
So he would also, the press would be curious. So quite a few of them will be showing up.
Whoa. Yeah, because the other thing is like underneath the letters, like most people, it's like they write their name. From him, it's just anonymous.
Yeah.
He didn't even write his alias name. He kept it anonymous. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Hey Jasper, I got my brother's cat with me. How you doing, buddy? What do you want? Yeah, there's no more tea in this cup, buddy. See, watch. Nothing in there, cat.
That's funny.
Yeah.
But continuing, as essentially the press would basically let him know that everyone should be there within like 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna kind of keep himself busy for about 2 or 3 days.
Okay. That's fine. Jasper. God.
It's one of those like it's like at most it'll take like a week for everyone to be there. So if he wants to wait a week, he can, or he can just wait 3 days and like some of the press will be there.
I'd probably be best if we got everybody there because we need full backing from the press if we're gonna do this. If we're gonna pull this off. So
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll wait that week.
So that's gonna cost you some money.
Yeah, I have money, thankfully.
'Cause ends are expensive.
Yeah.
Alina, are you able to strike a deal? God. She's using her +2 in charisma.
Seduce them. Just seduce the guy.
Yeah, she's gonna seduce the
who-
tiefling.
Who is the tiefling, a guy or a woman?
Actually, wait, let me see. Where so there's since they're in North Pass,
Yeah.
there are 3 different taverns they could go to.
Okay.
There's the Bork and Tooth, which is owned by a Lupin family.
Okay.
There's the Goblin's Keep, and then there's the Giant's Block.
Huh. I feel like the Lupin probably would be the most accepting because we've been there as well. We've also been to the Bork and Tooth.
Yeah.
The Bork and Tooth seem pretty accepting. I feel like they're going to be the most willing to let a Dawn Seeker, aka,
Liraz.
stick around. As well as a Shazi.
Yeah, they've got no problem with Shazis. They don't know what Liraz is. They're just
Fair.
assuming he's like a hemomancy wizard.
That's fair. This is something we should probably explain as well. Gosh damn it. There's a lot of explaining, but it kind of has to be done. So it's like also so if we ever look back on this campaign, we can't actually remember what people looked like. But
Yeah.
Liraz and Viljas, who is a Shazi. The Shazi race is like it's a weird mixture of like Triton lizard folk and like catfish Tritons. Because similar to Anglirians, they have the ability to do a form of light. Except instead of having a light bulb, they can make their body basically glow for a temporary amount of time, equal to the amount of proficiency modifiers within the day. Or they can do it. They can do this special move that they can only do once a day, and then they have to recharge it. But it's basically a blinding flash of light. They can try to stun the enemy by flashing them, not by taking off a shirt, not in that way. But basically they're around like 6 to 7 feet tall. They normally have catfish-like tails. Normally like the legs are a little bit more like a murky green, and normally the like torso and the arms and the fins and the tail and the head are like a like murky orange with like yellowish eyes commonly, and they normally have that catfish like whiskers around their head. But a lot of their fins are like near their ear area, on their back, down their spine, and a little bit on the back of their legs as well. That's kind of what they're like. They also have these like very sharp teeth, which allows them to do something similar to Hungry Jaws, which is a trait that the lizard folk have. They have their own modified version of that. The other person that we have that I was mentioning, Liraz, is a Dawn Seeker. He is a forgotten race and probably the last one of his people, as far as he's concerned. We do not know what this guy looks like. The thing that we thought was a robe is probably part of his skin, but it's just a like blood crimson red robe that goes over his entire body and just kind of covering. So all you can really see of his skin, quote unquote, is just his hand, which is a black skeleton bony hand. And he has like a like glowing red like staff.
He's got just the rod that he's holding in the image.
Yeah.
But whenever he
it's just a
fights,
rod.
that's what it turns into.
Yeah, so he just looks like a rod, and then it gets a lot worse later on. He was part of the people afraid. Whenever we mention people, I'll like mention what they look like, so that way we know ahead of time.
Yeah,
It's just
but
easier
that is
to know.
Liraz.
Ish.
That is Liraz. People just assume he's like a blood arcana wizard who spent a little bit too much time doing it.
Wrong. But yeah. So how's that gonna cost this man to stick around this place?
Oh god. So Ava is also going to be trying to strike a deal for you guys. She is.
Is
Yeah.
it
Also-
a man or a woman?
That's
Actually,
that's
wait,
gonna
no,
be
I
determined.
can't do it. Never mind. I'm used to being Muriel. I was like, I'll just seduce them. I'm Hojiro. I can't.
So which one is it? Okay, it is so Ava, which I'll But like Ava, which is a Lupin, they save.
Uh-huh.
She's like very wolf looking. She's got like white hair
Yeah.
that comes down from her head. She's wearing like an all black dress.
Yeah, we want to go to the backstory of her because that'll be kind of mentioned throughout the press. But yeah, sorry, keep going. I just figured I should
You can go
fast.
Yeah, you can go because you'll be better than me.
Okay, so yeah, so she's a Lupin that has like mainly like white coat of fur, but she does have like a bit of black coat of fur that goes like on her like nose bit, kind of like down the nose bit and then up onto her forehead, but the rest of it is mainly white. She has like a white hair that kind of goes down to like her shoulder, yellow eyes, very charismatic, a pretty confident look on her face commonly. Tits, obviously. I
will be back in a minute.
Aside. Fair enough. But yeah, like a black dress that kind of has like on like the like area where it kind of opens up a bit, showing a little bit of cleavage. Weirdly enough, which is a weird thing to have to mention. There's like a lacing design that is done on that, and she has like a black choker. That does have like, I think those are keys that are kind of connected to them. And then like, yeah, that, she also has like a black robe that she kind of wears over her head. But you can see like her ears kind of poking through it because, you know, it's not meant for a Lupin. There's also Rudin who we have. I'm gonna go ahead and mention Rudin here because, he is, I gotta go do something real quick. If we end up running to Rudin Nehu, who is also one of the main people I'm gonna talk about at the press. He is just like this old human that used to work for the Bounty Corps and then was imprisoned. And we'll get into the actual backstory a little bit later on. But he's around like 54 years old. So for a human, he's pretty old. He has this like long, like not very long, but a very bushy beard. A very bushy white beard and mustache with like long white hair that is like put up in a ponytail. Very muscular and buff man, despite being like caged up and held in a cell. Man still had enough strength to be able to lift a table off the ground with ease. He has a bunch of like tattoos that go around his arm, his torso, and his shoulder and neck area, as well as I think he has one on his forehead. So a lot of like tattoos that are like black and blue. He has like these bracers that are like the edges of them, the rim bits are golden, and then the design on them are like blue and gold. With like blue straps that hold it on, that connect it onto his arms, with like these like brown gloves that he wears. He doesn't wear any proper shirt, but he does have a like silver metal breastplate, as well as like a shoulder pad on his left side, but not on his right. With like golden straps that basically hold the breastplate onto, that go like over his shoulder and hold it onto his body. Besides that, he has like a pair of white, like baggy white trousers, with like a very bulky and thick brown belt that has like on the metal bit that obviously holds the belt together. It is like silver and probably made out of iron if I remember correctly. Lastly, he does have a little bit of like metal plating that kind of hovers directly over his crotch, so I guess so he can't get stabbed in the dick. Smart move, man. And then he has like, when he gets down to his knee area, he has like these bracers, like metal bracers that are like formed in the head of a lion that like connect directly where the knee area is at, then going down like a blue like lining and wrapping that go around the like calving area, and then the brown shoes. So that is what Rudin looks like. I hope I'm painting this out well. He's pretty white toned, whereas then there's Sinri, who we saved as well. He's a little bit more he has a bit more of like a gray tonish skin, but he has this long blacky spiky hair that is covered with a like a very like widespread. I say widespread in the fact of like the actual hood bit of the hat is pretty long, but it's just like this very long brown hat that kind of like covers, like gives him shading from the sun. He has bandaging that goes all over his entire neck, his mouth, and then up onto his forehead, but kind of like you can still see his nose and his eyes, with like these like yellowish eyes, yellow greenish, I can't tell, I'm a bit colorblind, as I do have deuterochronia, so I do apologize. He has like a brown crop top cloak that has a like pop collar, So it's very like Western. Think of like Western type of like styling for his clothing to kind of give you an idea. With like a black like wrapping that goes over his arm. That cloak doesn't, by the way, cover a bit of like his like beginning bit of his arm. So like right before you hit the forearm and the elbow bit. It covers that bit. And then you can see the black wrapping that goes around his arm. And then his gloves, like his brown gloves that are like, no, actually those are black. My bad. Those are charcoal black. Like a charcoal grayish black that goes like onto his hands for gloves. And then like, besides just that little bit of cloak that's very much crop top, you still can't see his stomach, as he does have a black trench coat that is underneath that it has like very buttoned down. It's like a peacock like trench coat is the best way to put it. It is like a like leathery brown. We're talking like a slightly darker brown belt that kind of goes around the waist, with a like bronzish like buckle, and then black like black trousers. He is a like arcane gunslinger, if I remember correctly. His whole thing is guns, so he kind of has a bunch of areas where he has like his his belt areas where he can put all of his guns at. So, and he has some strappings on his like legs. There's also Kamamoto, Shosuke, and Mist, who are like buddies. They got locked up together because Kamamoto Shosuke is the man, and Mist is his three-headed spirit panther. It's pretty obvious. Just think of like for Mist, just think of like a dark gray panther that has three heads, like Cerebus, but instead of it being a dog. Cerberus? Cerebus. I can never say it right. I think it's Cerberus. Cerberus, like think of like the three-headed hellhound that works for Hades. Think of that, but instead it's a panther and it's gray. So it's not like crazy big, but it's about the size of a panther. Besides that, you have Kamamoto, who is like an old half Duergar, so he's around like I think 365 years old if I remember correctly, whereas like my guy's only 37. He's pretty young for a half Duergar. So this half Duergar has like this white like slicked back hair, and this another guy who has a very bushy beard that kind of like connects to his hair, so he actually has the sideburns, unlike Rudin. He also has very bushy white eyebrows, and like I think those are blue eyes with like a very not, I wouldn't say massive, but just like a kind of more gruntish nose, if that makes sense. A little bit more on the bulbous side. His armor is kind of hard to explain. He has a very like leather padded armor. Like it's a lot of like brown strappings kind of going over. He has a full left sleeve, but then his right sleeve stops like halfway before hitting the forearm. So it doesn't even get to the elbow. Like halfway up to the elbow. And like a lot of it's pretty much brown, but he has some silver plating bits around like his chest area and his stomach, which has like a face of like the stomach plating bit has like the shape of like a wolf's head. And then just a lot of furs. I'm actually realizing this. There's a ton of furs. Like we're talking like grays and brown furs that go throughout this like leather like padded armor. So it's a lot more fur than like armor, but it's there. It's a lot of like studded like padded armor. This is kind of just the case for the entire thing. It's that weird thing of like the armor is kind of a coat, like trench coat, because it kind of reaches all the way down to his like knees, but it only has like one full-on sleeve, and the other one kind of stops before the elbow. But it also just has some like random armor bits, like on like the shoulder, on like not directly on top of the shoulder, but like at the shoulder ball point, like a little bit more facing towards rather than directly on top. And then the bit that's like near the stomach, a little bit on the chest. He has like an iron gauntlet that he uses to be able to feed souls to Mist. And then he has like very studded iron brown boots that he wears. Is the best way I can describe him, and I hope that's a good enough explanation. There's also Hernistiz, who is a very thin yet agile ranger. She has a very mechanical bow that has, when she's not using it as a bow, acts as 3 rings on her finger, and then when using it, they enlarge and basically enwrap like a bow. So it's like their one ring acts as like the actual bow like pullback, so she can pull back a like fake I don't even know how to explain this. There's 3 rings. Each ring is bigger than the other. Like, not when on the finger, but when she's actually using it as a weapon. It, like, basically increases in size. There's one that's about the size of her head, one that's twice the size of that, and the other one that's, like, a full-on, like, 3 sizes of her, like, head, basically. So each circle just increases on double the height of her, size of her head, basically. Think of it like that. And basically, those are, like, magical etherealic circles, like gears. They literally look like gears that she can pull back on and make an etherealic arrow that she can then launch from it. In order for her to use this arrow, bow and arrow like thing that she has created, as she is a ranger that tinkers, by the way. She has to do 3 separate checks to actually fire and hit an enemy. She has to make an intelligence check, a wisdom check, and a dexterity check. As she passes all 3 of those, she can fire the arrow and actually hit the enemy. But if she manages to actually pull this off, while that is rather hard, it does insane amount of damage. She wears a, like somewhat tight, like, skinny jeans. Except they're, like, more like a grayish, black, like, skinny jeans. With, like, brown leather boots and a, like, black shirt that almost covers her full torso, but there's a bit of stomach showing at the very bottom bit. And then it looks like that is, like, blonde hair that's kind of brushed mainly to just her, like, right side of her head. So you don't really see too much hair besides on the right side, whereas, like, it kind of goes down to, like, her ear. So she doesn't have crazy long hair or anything like that. That is her Stiz. Also, again, I do apologize for doing all this extra explaining. I feel like it should be mentioned. Besides that, because these are all NPCs that are actually currently traveling with us, it's that thing of, like, we have our main 4 people that stick with us, which is Keela, the Bard, Alania, and, Varbuk, the Anglirian. They're my actual party. But we do have to bring these guys with us because we just unleashed them, and now we're going public. So we kind of have to get the public's, let's get the public's backing. In order to do that, that means that we need to be able to win them over. In order to win them over, we've got a lot of explaining to do, so we're going to have to talk about all these people that we just unleashed that are now going to be working for our core. And that means that we're going to have to do a lot of talking about them. So I figured that you, the audience, should at least know. And also future me and future Acro, when we look back at this campaign one day, at least we'll know what these guys look like. Polly Lightbay. She is a, like, fairy person. So I think if I'm correctly, she was only, like, 4 feet tall around there. But she has these very pretty, like, dark purple wings. And when I say dark purple, I mean, like, the type of, like, dark purple you see, like, up in space, like, galactic themed. They are, sadly enough, they are riddled with holes, so she probably can't fly with them. But they even the edge bits seem like they have been, like, kind of, like, torn slightly. She wears this dressette, covers half of her thighs, but not really all of her thighs. At the beginning bit around, like, the, like, chest area, it starts off with a, like, white bit showing a little bit of, like, inner cleavage, if that makes sense. It's like, it's not showing the whole cleavage, it's showing just the inner bit, like the in between the, and then you have the corset bit that kind of connects into place. That is like a, like, that's either a extremely dark purple or like a gray. Those kind of blend in pretty well for me, and then it gets into, like, a lighter but still pretty dark purple that kind of, like, spreads out. And then, again, it's still pretty tattered clothing. She has, like, black boots that go, like, up to her knees. And then she has a brown cloak that she wears over her shoulders. So she often hides her arms in that, so you never really see her arms. She has, like, this, like, extremely pretty, like, blue hair that, like, goes down, like over her, like, past her shoulders. So yeah, that is her. I can't really tell what her eye colors is because the image is kind of small and I can't actually see her eyes that well. So I'm guessing it's probably blue if they kept the color theming correct. But I'll also have to ask the DM himself. But these are the people we're gonna have to be talking about, and they're also gonna be accompanying us on stage because these are people that we're gonna have to be fighting for at the end of the day, because they honestly got locked up. Oh, there's Livia, because we need to talk about Livia, because Livia was one of the people that we saved very recently. She's the Medusa head girl that's been petrifying people by accident, and we're gonna be kind of using her as an example of like, hey man, listen, if you work with us, we're gonna be able to help people like this. So genuinely, back us up, because we can actually help people. As she is currently blindfolded as of now, but she has like a light green, grayish like hair that is like, it acts as like 5 different snakes. It spreads out as 5 different snakes. And then she has these like grayish, greenish eyes. Very pale. And then she has, I can't really see it too well, but it looks like she has like a crop top that is like, again, like it's like a pastel green, which is hard for me to see. And then we have these again, it's like very similar colored boots. And then kind of like short shorts. Like they're not crazy short, thankfully, because that is a kid. But they're shorts, is what she's wearing. And she's got like a little choker, by the looks of it. I'm realizing a lot of these people we have found have had chokers. But that is Livia. She is a poor 13-year-old girl that was accidentally killing people without meaning to kill them. And she honestly just felt really bad. We found her and she was crying. Like, the poor kid. But we're getting her help, so she'll be able to enjoy life and actually have a proper life.
Well, I'm back as...
Welcome back. I just explained, because you were going to be gone, so I explained what every NPC that we have traveling with us currently looks like, so... That.
Good job. I apologize.
You're good. Good.
No, I needed to deal with something, so...
Yeah.
It's all good, I'm back now.
And so this is what Exil, the god of death, looks like. Yeah, no.
No.
Yeah.
But so they would wait a week. Let me pull up. Let me just be able to fully get through all the fucking press people you're gonna have to deal with.
Fair. Within that week, he's 100% spending time within like the tavern area, just listening out for any information he can find. But yeah.
Yeah. So I will get all the press. Oh boy.
I love dealing with the press.
I know Ty sure as shit does.
Yeah, Ty's the Shaolin character that used to be one of my PCs. He was a samurai gladiator. He fucking learned to despise the press because he was traveling with a party that was a fire skitterling pet that became his friend. And a fire genasi woman. A fire water genasi, to be specific. And they started shipping him with her. Simply because she traveled with him. And he fought in like maybe 3 matches with her. In like duo like gladiator fights. The man showed, came out of like, after having a 12 winning streak in the gladiator thing. After losing, he woke back up after being out for like, what, 2 or 3 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, woke up, heard about the press, went to the press stand, and slammed his hand onto the thing, demanding... Well, no, to be fair, actually, he started off normal. He asked if he could talk with the person, if they had heard about it. So he went through, like, 3 different people before finally getting to, like, the actual guy. And the person mentioned to the owner of the press, like, he heard them whisper, who is he? Just whisper, who is he? He slams his hand through the table that the press was selling the newspapers at, and just yelled, I am Tai Chen. So yeah, that was a whole thing. Yeah, he gets along with the press real well.
He doesn't threaten them daily.
No, not at all.
Also, I'm grabbing a bunch of images so you can actually, like, know, like, the main press people you're gonna have to deal with.
Great.
Also, it's that thing of, like, there are a few elven people here, so they are probably going to be here, and they're probably going to report directly to the queen.
Fair.
So it's like he's unimpressive to the press people. It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Which there's a shot she still gives him a chance, even if he doesn't impress the elven people.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be a little bit harder.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah,
I got to get. Yeah.
Worst scenario.
The elves are not used to being approached. The elves are not used to being approached.
Yeah.
That is a genuine thing.
And suddenly the half-Duergar from the desert that's now in the Darren Dynasty is like, hey, let's make a...
So hear me out. Yeah.
Oh.
They are not against it. She's not against it. But she's not totally for it yet.
Fair enough. Worst scenario, if the
Gonna need
public dislikes him, he'll
more
just put his
persuading.
core back into the shadow. He'll just be like, alright, well, I'll disband. Doesn't disband and disappears.
Oh no, the elves are more than likely going to be totally fine with helping him. It's just...
Yeah.
They'll help him, like, their starting bit of their help isn't going to be a lot. But if he earns, like, their respect, they'll start sending him more equipment and stuff.
Fair enough.
It's that weird thing of, like, the dwarves just, like, expect a certain amount, but the elves are like, no, you gotta earn our respect first, and then we'll start, like, actually really helping you. But we'll give you enough money to keep existing.
Yep.
Because we've got plenty.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, so let me get... Oh boy. Beep it about beep up up beep up up beep 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 beep
Beep.
Fun fact, everyone, Nitz hates yawns.
Yes. You know, if I could ask God one question right now, I'd ask him why the fuck he made that a thing.
We've got this guy. So is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I'll have a bunch of these fuckers. There's like one fucking dwarf who made the fucking shrimp. He looks so fucking annoyed. He's just like, why am I here? Why am I dealing with this? Oh boy. Yawns. What the hell?
You got me on. It's your fault.
How dare you?
How do you?
No. How dare you?
No. Fucking unexists.
How dare you? Okay, I'm almost done. I just gotta get a bit, just a few more images.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah. Don't give me shit.
I never did.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did.
1, 2.
Fucking Piper.
How dare you? Okay, there we go. Then we're gonna have a final one more. Holy shit. Last person, where are you? There we go. Perfect. So I've got all that. So they would have like a small. They would go to essentially the newsstand area, and they would
Yeah.
kind of set up on top of the stand, as everyone's wearing a mask to protect their identity. Obviously,
Yes.
everyone who's up there, which is Keela.
We have
Let's see.
okay. So the people that are going to be up there as of now, on the stage,
Uh-huh.
we have Rudin.
Yes. Okay.
We have Liraz.
Okay.
He's going to be up there. We have Alania,
Okay.
Keela, Ava,
Okay.
Polly, and
Okay.
Hoji. They are allowed
Got
to wear
it.
masks,
Cool.
or they can choose not to. It is up to them.
Liraz
Hoji- yeah.
does not take a mask.
Fair. Yeah, I don't know if he honestly can. Like, I can't even see his face in the image. For all I know, that man doesn't have a face.
That's as far as anyone knows.
Yeah, he doesn't
No
need a
one's
mask.
really sure.
There's that thing of like Hojiro, to kind of give you guys an idea, because the dynasty is a very Japanese-based, like country, very traditional Japanese. Hojiro is I actually sent a picture to Acrid of what he was going to be wearing at this current press meeting a while back, because I had all week to think about it. So he's wearing, think of like this is a very obscure thing, so I'm going to describe this in two ways. The first one being a reference to something, but for those who have watched Jacksepticeye ages back, think of Marvin the Magician, that fucking mask, but it's just black and red. For anyone else, it is like a Japanese like cat mask. If you guys have seen those, if you haven't, go look it up. But it is like black, and then it has like red designing that goes like around the ear and the like eye bit, and it has like a red ribbon on its like right side, and like a tassel like thing that dangles from the left side, with a like yellow symbol that goes down the middle of the two eye bits. So that's what he's wearing. So they'll be able to see his mouth, but they won't be able to see his eyes. Or they'll be able to see his mouth and his eyes, but they really won't be able to see much of like the rest of his face. So there won't be much to see.
Ava can't really wear a mask because she is a Lupin. Her mouth doesn't really.
There are
Can't really.
There are actually like wolf masks up in traditional Japanese, so she could probably wear something like that.
She's kind of but she'll be
It's
good
up to
without
her.
it.
That's fair.
Polly just kind of moves her hair, and it obscures most of her face.
Fair.
Rudin, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's not. He's not gonna hide who he is.
Yeah.
Senri's got his own built-in mask. But yeah, past that, they wouldn't really see anyone else. Keela will wear a mask. So she's wearing something similar to Hoji, except it's green and white.
Yeah.
And then Alania just kind of puts on like a more like, I guess like a more like.
There are like kitsune masks as well, which cover the full face.
Yeah, I want to make sure I've got a very like specific like mask idea in my brain.
Are you thinking like the Oni masks?
No. Hold on.
Okay.
There's a reason why I'm like trying to like think of this. Yeah. So what Alania is wearing? She's wearing more of like a masquerade mask that like fully covers everything except her eyes.
Fair enough.
And as far as anyone will be able to tell, she has crimson eyes because she will actually reveal what her actual eyes look like to hide her disguise, essentially.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, even though they'll be going public, there's going to be some squads that'll still be hidden to the like public.
Yeah.
Like,
so this is
Lyra
like
has to be known to the public, sadly enough, so people don't just try to kill him on sight. But like, Hoji's group will be one of those ones that stay in the shadows. So.
Yeah. I sent you kind of what it looks like. It's much more
Yeah.
Japanese than this, but yeah, this is kind of what she's wearing.
Yeah, it's way more masquerade than Japanese-esque. It is basically a white mask that covers the majority of the face. You only see the eyes. There's like a thing like Kermit the Frog green, that kind of that goes around a bit of the eye bit, and makes like a almost like vine-like detailing around the right side of the eye. That kind of goes up into the forehead area, where a bit of the forehead like bit is kind of covered in that same green that also kind of dips down like the side bit of the mask on the left side, but not on the right side, just on the left side. And the lip bit is also that similar green. So
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, so yeah, Hoji would wait for people to show up, but he would be waiting there.
So
He'd also, so people don't pick up on his normal disguise of like trying to look like a blacksmith, he would just full on have the robe on. So it would cover the majority of his clothing. So they just see the robe, but the hood would be off.
So he would see this horde of people.
Okay, so the press consists of a red tiefling where his left horn is longer than the right, with like a brown hair that's in a like bun, a bunch of earrings on both sides of the ears, pointy ears. We're talking like almost like a pirate but commoner dressing style, like a brown leather jacket with like a white undershirt underneath it with like a golden locket, and then brown pants with he actually has a weapon, actually, weirdly enough. He has a cutlass.
Yeah.
Then there's the fucking whale. I don't know if this is an orkin or if it's just a triton that's like specifically a whale. But it's like
It's a whale. It is a shark.
Is it a whale shark? Okay.
It is a whale shark trident.
A whale shark trident is like blue and white spotted with like a white underbelly bit. It carries a giant pickaxe as a weapon. Has like a shoulder blade on his left shoulder, but not on his right. That's like probably made out of stone, and looks like it's supposed to look like its teeth. And then just a bunch of like wrapping, like brown linen wrappings all around his body with a little bit of blue undershirt underneath all that wrapping. Very, very bulky man. Then you have
that is what the Sea Empire has sent to learn about this.
Great. We have this is probably from the Elven, but we have what seems to be a high elf with piercings on, 2 black piercings on the left end of his ear. There's either blue or purple eyes with it's like blonde hair that goes down to the chin, but then like black, like brown or black eyebrows with like what seems to be probably a dark brown.
Hoodie? He's got like purple eyes.
Okay. He's
got brown eyebrows, and then he's got like a dark brown, like almost black, like cloak that covers the rest of his body.
Gotcha. Next up we have another elven person, probably from the Elven Empire. Oh god, it's like the other guy looks friendly. This guy looks like a lot more like focused. He's got a very defined chin. I can't stress it. Like defined, like heavily muscular defined chin. Like the man's been doing workouts just for his chin type of chin. Like the type of chin that can cut cheese and grate it perfectly. Like the type of chin that can kill a man. Like better than what a knife ever could. Like the type of chin that you could be a superhero and your whole superpower would be, you'd be called Chin Man. As you take down 15 criminals with your chin. That type of chin. He has this like very long schnoz going on, with like these like almost piercing, soul piercing like green eyes and like kind of fuzzy brows. Like they start thick at one end and they get thinner on the other end. Very long black hair that's slicked back, but the end bits that normally would have gone in front of his face, he's kind of tied up to like make into like tied up bangs basically that go to the side of his head, like kind of like obscuring a little bit of the ear if you look at it in a certain perspective. He's got like think of like a monk's like natural dressing. It's like a monk's dressing that is completely black, that very traditional like monk style dressing, but it's all black. no sleeves, but then he has like the forearm bit similar to what I mentioned with Hoji, almost exactly similar, except instead of that last bit and covering his entire like middle finger and then missing the rest of the hands, it doesn't cover any of the fingers, but it does go up the thumb halfway, but then covers all of his palm and back of his hand. And then like a like grayish blue like linen robe that goes across the chest and over the shoulder.
Yeah.
You have probably a human, unless it's a mycelium, aka a sea slug person pretending to be a human, because it is a thing, because they look very similar. He has got like brushed over hair that is brushed to the left side, like it's like very like black hair, very traditional like Japanese kimono, like we're talking like blues and golds with like the floral design. Again, very defined like chin. Like,
I don't know why I found things that is such a good chin.
I don't know,
chin
but like
is very defined.
Yeah, these two men have very defined chins. They are probably very good friends. Like there's no other reason for them to be friends besides the fact that they have amazingly defined chins. But like, yeah, again, just a very focused, like, press person. Then you have the extremely friendly, like, pastel blue tiefling. I hope that's pastel blue. Pastels are hard for me to see.
It's like a really like bluish purplish color.
Okay. Yeah, so that's blue is like throughout her entire body and horns, but her horns curve. And at the very end bit, it goes from that bluish purple to a black, to like a charcoal black. She has very long black hair that is not braided, but is tied up at several different points into one giant long, like, strand of, like, it's not a ponytail? I don't know what to put it. Think of, like, Rapunzel. Yeah.
She's just trying to keep it under control.
Yeah. Think of, like, this. Think of, like, Rapunzel. Think of Rapunzel in that one scene where she has her hair, like, done by the girls of the village. That's what she has done with her. Like, she even has, like, the flowers, like, near her horns that are being held up by branches. She's probably a druid. She has some white flowers in her hair. We're talking, again, another sleeveless, like, white shirt. Very Japanese-esque style with a, like, black robe that does not cover the shoulder bit, but goes, like, underneath the shoulder and then down. Very pretty. Then you... This is from the Dwarven, 100%. We're looking at a very bulky, like, dwarvish man. Like, we're talking Santa Claus-esque, like, white beard and mustache, like pinkish reddish, like, nose that's all bulbous looking, black bowler cap that almost goes over his eyes with a black leather jacket, and the color is indeed popped like the 90s. But it does actually, because he's so short, it does go down to his knees. A like brown vest, very like he has part of it rolled up for the sleeves, by the way, from the jacket, so you can see like the extremely manly and burly like arm hair that is covering his arms and a bit of his hands, and then the like dark blue jeans and the like dirty, musky, hideous looking boots. And then lastly, the other press person that we see within this crowd that probably, I'm imagining it's probably just random commoners here too, but she might be from the Fae is my guess.
That's kind of that's what it looks like. She's like a Fae, like a Fae tabaxi.
Yeah. So like, fun fact for y'all who don't know, in the desert there are desert tabaxis and Khajiits that often have this like Black Panther look to them. She has like a bit of that going on. Because, like, a part of her fur, like, half of her face is this, like, Black Panther look. And the other half goes into more, like, this, like this beige-ish color. So her fur is patchy in between this beige and this black. But she has this, like, panther-like, physical physique. Besides that, it's, like, she just has, like, a normal, like, commoner's, like, white shirt. We're talking, like, she does have some weird, like, armored, like, leather armor.
She's got some, like, leather armor.
Yeah.
She's got some leather armor.
She does have alcohol with her. And, it looks like that other end, like, we don't see the full image of her, unlike some of the others, but she's probably wearing a dress, because I'm looking at, like, the corset bit that connects into the shirt.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So,
that's the press that we're dealing with.
Yeah, so you've got 2 elves, someone definitely from the Darad, a couple tieflings where they could kind of be from anywhere.
Yeah.
The whale shark man who is from the ocean. He's from the ocean. I want to mention like
shark.
you saw him walk out of the water. Like, he walked here. He didn't use the stairs. No, he walked up on the beach just with his stone anchor on his back. Like, what's up?
We should mention this. North Pass is like a coastal town. So that's why this is not confusing. So I'm guessing we're doing this press area like near the shore.
Yeah, so he walked up onto shore. So it's like, as everything starts, you see him walking up. It's like, oh my, you're still like, he's like, this water is still soaking out of his clothing. Type, he just got here. Like,
I love
he was probably
whale.
He was probably swimming at his top speed, and he was told he had a week. He was like, I will try.
He's a very, like, stout, like, whale. He's very friendly looking. I
want to mention, it's like, he looks stout. He's like 5 feet wide, like 9 feet tall. He towers over everyone else.
Fire. Funny. I love him. I love him.
He has a very, like, short tail, though, but you really don't want to get hit by it.
Yup. It's like a 3-foot long, like, tail. It's not even the size of his torso, but it's there.
It's like 3 feet long. It's like just behind him. He turns too fast and sends someone flying.
The fucking mouse folk behind him.
Yeah, that is the press. So the whale shark probably won't have all too many questions.
Fair.
He's just kind of here.
I love him. Okay, so getting into the interview.
Yes, so this is like, there's a couple commenters like that are just kind of like, why are there people like standing on the stage, and also why is there a whale shark? But also, why are there elves? Wait, there are elves here. Why are there elves here?
Why are there press?
Yeah, it's that weird thing of like, they notice the tieflings. That's fine. They notice the human who's like wearing a kimono, and it's like underneath the kimono you can see like a katana. So he is capable of fighting if he needs to.
And a notebook probably with him, I'm imagining.
Yeah, he's got like a notebook that like he's written down like a couple notes already. Most of them already have. Just by looking at you guys, they've taken a look at you guys, been like, okay, I need to note this. I don't know their names, but I need to note what they look like in case I die. Like,
fair.
So the friendly elf seems optimistic about this.
Yeah.
The other one is just kind of standing there like, this is going to be interesting. The dwarf, you can get nothing from him. He is kind of like, it's that weird thing of like, he's having to lean around the tiefling that has decided to stand directly in front of him.
Which one?
And it look
the lady or the man? The red tiefling man or the blue tiefling woman?
The blue tiefling woman didn't notice him.
Damn.
So she walked by the dwarf, didn't see him, and stood in front of him.
No.
And it's that, and he's just like, I can drop kick you. Move.
No. she looks like she's friendly. Don't do that to her.
So he's like walking around, like he's like moving around her, so she isn't in his way.
Fair.
The whale shark is like in the back of the group, but he can see just fine.
How tall is
He's
this
like,
dwarf, by the way? I should ask this real quick.
The dwarf is only about like 4.5 feet tall.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this real quick before we actually get the press underway as well. Hojiro just ask him if he'd like to have a little bit of a temporary height change to kind of help him be able to see around. It's very much, it's not a thing of like, he's not being like, ha, short. It's just one thing, he's like, I'm noticing a problem here. He would just kind of approach him and go.
There's a bunch of like 6 feet tall people.
Yeah.
And he's just like the 4'5" dwarf trying to see.
Yeah. He would just kind of look at the dwarf and go, "Oh, sir, by chance, would you like to help me? Would you like me to help you be able to see a little bit over the others?"
Sure.
So he put his hand on him and cast Enlarge. So he
Oh,
goes
wonderful.
twice the height.
So he's 9 feet tall, so he's on par with the whale shark. And you just hear the whale shark. How do you... Okay, so the whale shark, like, you can tell he was about to speak in deep speech, just as, like, a reaction.
Yeah.
And he was, I should say this in common. He's like, that's funny. Like, very slow, but it's that thing of, like, I'm still bigger than you. It's the most like, you're 9 feet, I'm 9.5. Haha.
I fucking love that.
It's a whale shark. It's also that thing of like, you try picking up my anchor.
Yup.
Try. You can't.
Dude, I just can't.
Dude, he just sets his anchor on you. You're not getting up. You're trapped.
Yeah.
Like you're not moving.
I like to imagine you just cast Enlarge on the whale shark, 18-foot tall whale shark.
Uh-huh. And now you've got a 16-foot wide anchor that he's swinging.
Uh-huh. Dude, that's a fucking team right there. Okay, anyways, we need to get back on track.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but that is the whale shark's, like, he speaks very slowly, which is fitting. Like, the larger races, often the slower they talk, because it takes them longer to speak.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially whale sharks, with their massive mouths, it takes them a minute.
Yeah. Fair enough,
I was so glad I found that image.
I fucking love it. Okay.
Oh, funny. Just the most like. Yeah, but as you guys would start, the press would let Hoji do his whole, like, explaining everything, which the red-skinned tiefling would be like, well, let's get this started then. Why are we here?
I'm glad you asked. I'd love to start. I wanted to make sure everybody here would be present at the current time. So welcome. My name is Mr. Enma. I am a part of a corps that I've kind of kept secret for a good while. And I figured it's time that I should bring it to the public's light. And it makes sense that if I wish to bring it to the public's light, that I get a hold of the people who stand for the public, the press. And for anybody here in the city that's also listening, I'd be happy to hear anything from anyone at this point in time. Either way, I run a corps known as the Hidden Gardens. It's pretty simple. We set it up 2 months ago. I started running it with a co-founder of mine, Alania. And you kind of just gesture over to Alania and just go, we originally started this.
Would he use Lenny? Because that is her
I mean
alias
Lenny.
name.
Yes, sorry, Lenny.
Yeah.
That's me as a player, forgot. But he would just go,
E.
me and Lenny originally started this. Originally, it was my idea, for a reason. The Bounty Corps had failed multiple times to save my family, and I, as a person, took that harshly. Growing up, my mother and father were killed. They were brought into a hostage situation. I, instead of acting, decided to contact the Bounty Corps, and they failed to respond within time. So my parents were killed. But my sister was brought out alive in time. However, that was turned tables pretty quickly. It didn't take long before a few years later she was kidnapped. And yet again, I leaned towards the Bounty Corps, which was a fatal mistake. As yet again they had let me down and she was killed. So I took things into my own hand. Got hold of a patron. And I didn't wait for the Bounty Corps, I dealt with it on my own. That being said, I realized just how sad and pathetic the Bounty Corps had become, so 2 months ago, I started doing what I thought was right. I retired from my job as a librarian, and retired from my job as a history teacher, and I did what I knew what would be best, which would be to take matters into my own hands. So I started a secret corps at the current time, known as the Hidden Gardens I'm now telling you about. I mentioned this, and I did this, because there are so many backlogs that the Bounty Corps had neglected, such as my family's, that we started taking it on our own accord to deal with it. And we have been successful. We have not had a failure yet. Within our time, we have handled many missions, and we have been successful. From handling a nearby farmstead's kidnapping to dealing with heirloom thefts, we've been able to deal with tabaxis who were actually in this city, North Pass, that had stolen from merchants. And recently, and you look over to Livia, we found this child. Someone that hadn't even been mentioned in the Bounty Corps files. We'd heard about it from the public as of recent, but she had no control over her powers. Right now, as you can see, she is blindfolded, but it is for her own safety as well as for the people around her. She does not know how to control her petrification. But we are going to teach her. We have a person, a Yanti, who will be taking her in, so she can eventually live a normal life. Our Corps' entire goal is simple. To be better than the Bounty Corps. To handle the problems that they never handled and to handle the problems that they tried to handle but failed. To give proper justice. Because some of them never got the proper justice, such as Miss Ava.
She like waves.
Yep. You just go, as of now, we currently have different quests that are also being handled, and I am more than happy to mention it to the public, as we are currently handling, as of now, a lesser demon who's known to be a rogue of Cryon. We are handling a false Wendigo that is causing destruction. We're handling a ranger of grain, and we're also dealing with a 6-armed wraith as of now. Our core is small, but if we could get the public's backing, we'd be happy to bring more people aboard. But obviously we cannot give you support and take care of these countries and the people and the public if we do not have the backing. I wish to get the backing of you, the people, so that we may, in future, repay you.
Yes.
Yes.
So, I will let you know the immediate reactions of everyone, because they've already all gotten to roll a little bit to see where they're at with you.
Okay.
It essentially, you need to reach a certain threshold with each person for them to give a positive review.
Okay.
If you don't quite meet it by the end of the, several turns that you get to do this.
Yeah.
They will not give a negative review unless you horrifically fail.
Fair.
But they will not give, worldly praise.
Fair enough.
Which I've also getting to roll for the commoners that are in this group. Oddly enough, the commoners are more difficult than any of the press people because the press is more understanding, weirdly enough, than just a horde of people.
Yeah. It's all the fact of, they just got done dealing with the Bounty Corps place, a little bit over a week ago. So they're probably still a little riled up. It's that sad thing of, if we could have waited longer, we would have. But then there's another shot that someone else tried to move in, and that could have been a better organization. So we need to make sure that the people who get into power are people that can actually handle the problems.
Yes. So the two people, there's three people who so I'll go ahead and tell you, the purple tiefling seems already kind of she's starting to already kind of lean towards this as this is a good thing.
Okay.
The Feywild's Tabaxi, she's got a drink. She's barely taken anything of it, but she's still slightly drinking as she's just standing there.
Okay.
She seems pretty much okay, I'm listening.
Okay.
The optimistic elf is also, you've got his attention. The shark, you've got his attention. The red tiefling is interested. The elf that is just kind of the more serious elf doesn't seem entirely pulled into all of this.
Chisel chin man. Yeah.
Yeah, and also the samurai and the dwarf. The dwarf gets a little bit of a bonus because you did make him taller.
Yeah.
So so he gets his kind of low number doubled. So he's interested, but he is also a dwarf, so there's an automatic like negative modifier to anything you roll.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the samurai and the more obtuse elf.
Fair enough.
The slightly monk-looking elf.
Yeah.
He might be a monk. You're not quite sure.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But yeah, no. They've each got their numbers. So let me see who asks a question. There's a shot. Just a random commoner shouts something.
Yo! Got ice cream!
God. So I'll roll to see, is it the press or is it a commoner that says something? Okay, it's the press, so I'll roll a d8 to see who says something. Who asks a question. Okay, so the red tiefling will say something.
Okay.
So he would question, and this is a event that occurred a little while ago.
Mm-hmm.
He would mention the moth demon.
Yes.
He was like, well, from what I remember the bounty corps being requested of aid by the demon corps. The bounty corps was a bit slow to respond.
Yes.
However, they did have a few people there, but not nearly enough as the demon still escaped. Would you, in a case of, say, another great demon being summoned, would you divert more resources almost immediately? As that's quite important.
I'd say yes. I should also mention that Hoji, while he's answering any questions, or also just while he was talking, as long as he's up on the stage, he has his hands kind of like behind his back.
Yeah.
And just like, this is something that I had to do at least when I took like Taekwondo. But it's like a sign of respect. You put your hands behind your back and you kind of just like, you like clasp them together. That is
kind of like an attention thing.
Yeah, like an attention thing. That is what he's doing. But he would just go, yes, I would of course do that. As far as I'm concerned, when something that big of a threat is brought into play, things should be brought and dealt with that immediately. The fact that they were slow to handle that shows signs of weak leadership.
Oh god, why are you gonna say something? Okay, so, you would then see, like, the red tiefling kind of nods, so, he will get... Okay, so he gets a pretty good little buff, because he liked that answer you gave.
Whoa.
The happy elf gets a buff as well.
Woo.
He had a similar question. The happy elf is not the one you need to convince.
I know.
It's the most, like, you're getting the happy elf. Problem. It's not the elf that's going to speak negatively. Even if like you like get like negative with the happy elf, he's like, I mean, at least they're trying. That's his negative comments.
At least they're trying. The other one, the world's gonna end. It'll be their fault.
That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, a man looks like he saw a ghost and then contemplated so many things.
Yeah, he's like, oh, it's a ghost. Who's gonna die?
Can I kill it with my chin?
So you would see of everyone the shark.
Oh god.
So this question, I'm gonna say it quickly, but this question takes him like a minute to ask. So it is just a minute of you slowly listening to him talk. The samurai and the more like focused elf get slight buffs, but most people got a pretty good increase by you guys saying you would, but
yeah.
Words only do so much.
Fair enough.
Because so the whale shark is like, so what if the ocean kingdoms requested aid?
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to help. We actually, as of now, currently have people that can actually full-on breathe underwater. As of now, one of my beginning teammates, who is an Anglerian, would have been more than happy to give you such aid. And not just upon that, but I even have some squadrons that specialize in underwater fighting. So, I'd be more than happy to give aid.
Oh.
We have deep
I
sea
like
tritons,
that.
chazzies, and glarians.
I like that. Alright, he gets a massive buff. No one else, just him. Just him. No one else gets an increase because no one else cares. Like, you can tell the other 7 people do not give a fuck. Like, about the Ocean Kingdoms. What the shark cares. Like, I cannot express that enough. The only person that gets an increase is a few commoners and the shark.
I bet those commoners are like tritons and things like that.
Yeah, no, like, the overall commoner opinion went up by 20. The sharks doubled. I'm not gonna tell you what it was at, but it doubled, I'll tell you that much.
So funny.
It's just the most genuine, like, oh, I like that. Everyone else, I don't care. Anyway.
That's funny. I love the shark, man.
Dude, he exists.
He does.
Don't get hit by that anchor. It's made of stone. It will fucking annihilate you. So you would see the happy, like the kind of like a very optimistic elf.
Yes.
He's like, so I know that you cause need to always, you need some sort of money because you can't just print gold or just forge it out of nothing. So which empire are you thinking to reach out to?
As of now, the person that we reached out to was the Elven Kingdom, the Queen. I have a reason for that. The reason being, out of any of the kingdoms that I've seen, and while every kingdom has their strengths and the weaknesses, obviously, because nobody's perfect, the Elven Kingdom was the kingdom that I saw to be the fastest to snap down on any troubles, any problems. Out of anyone, when it came down to secrecy, when it came down to outlaws, bandits, things like that, I've done a lot of research, a lot of reading, as I was a history teacher at one point, and if there's one thing I know, they have one of the best histories when it comes to dealing with crime and problems and things of that sort. If we can get our people, the people of our core, to have similar moral compasses, to have a similar mindset when it comes to dealing with the problems of the world, then we will be quick and fast to act.
Oh boy. So you would see the very optimistic elf, like his opinion skyrockets.
Woo!
So at least now he won't say you're just trying.
Yay!
Probably. He's like, they have a chance at living. Like,
Woo!
The slightly more pessimistic elf does actually kind of like, he like kind of tilts his head like, oh, that's interesting. Like that actually like, you're starting to get him at least. The samurai is unfazed.
Fair.
The Feywild's Tabaxi seemed pretty much like, out of any empire, the Fey have the most leaning towards the elves, so
Yeah.
she doesn't really mind. And the Feywilds, they don't really have money. Like they have money, but they don't make it. So they there's no really getting backing from them. They just kind of exist.
Yeah.
The shark's like, oh, that's fair. It's just almost like, yeah, like just kind of nodding slowly.
Oh, I love that.
He got like a small increase because he's like, yeah, at least it's not the orcs.
It's like, yeah, I go to the dynasty, so I'm getting funding from the orcs. You know, the enemy empire that everyone hates.
That's literally what he says out loud. You hear him say, at least it's not the orcs. And I want to mention, the dwarf looks over like, wait, who are you comparing the orcs to, bud? You're not sure if he's talking about the dwarves, or the Darren, or the desert. Like, you really don't know.
I fucking love that. There's an unanswered question that will never get answered.
Like, it is the thing of, like, one of the, like, the red tiefling kind of glances over his shoulder. Like, hold up. Like, he's got that look of, like, wait. You just insulted a empire by comparing them to...
because they don't know which.
Yeah, they don't. The shark will never explain. As far as he cares, the elves are at some point above the orcs. You don't know by how much. But apparently, the orcs are somewhere in that rating where it's an actual comparison compared to the other fucking kingdoms.
I mean, I guess to be fair, the other kingdoms don't show any care about the ocean kingdoms. They honestly, at that point, they might as well be rated with the orcs. Like, actually, because the orcs don't bother them. Like, at this point, like, the orcs would probably ask the ocean kingdoms to be allies, and they might just agree. Like,
the more, like, because he's from, like, the northern sea. Which has more, like, people like him of, like, whale sharks and, like, bigger people who can exist in, like, bigger species of, like, tridents. Who can exist in, like, freezing waters and are fine.
Yeah.
But you go, like, more, like, southern waters and you've got, like, Argonians and races like that, which have a good, like, a pretty neutral, good standing with the dwarves.
Yeah.
But apparently the northern have a bit of a different perspective. Because it's that weird, like, well, at least it's not the orcs. It's like, well, who's you comparing that to, bud?
And Galarians are that weird one because they can handle freezing cold waters pretty well because of where they live. They'd be in both south and north. So the question is that I need to be asking Varbuck some questions here. I need to be asking this man. I need to find out if this man's from the north or not. Because I need a perspective changer here. Varbuck, we're gonna talk after this, buddy.
High or low for him being from the north?
Low.
Okay, so I know where he's from.
Okay.
Dude, that's funny.
That is.
Dude, that whale shark is just the most, like, he's the oddball of this fucking press team. And he's making his presence known by talking for a minute to say one sentence.
I can imagine there's like a few commoners and or press people that are just sitting there like, can you
Shut
speak faster? Can you please just speak faster?
Yeah, he's like, so pause.
Everybody's just staring at him.
He just takes his sweet time with any question.
I fucking love that, because that means that after that question was answered, he stood there and said his first word. Everybody waited and then heard the rest of his insult. It's the press person. It's like, okay, it's probably another question, like a follow-up. It's just an insult.
He's like, oh, at least it's not the orcs.
Now hold up. Silence. So what's the question? At least it's not the orc. It's like, what do you mean? You wasted my time to insult a country? He's so fucked. I love him, but he's weirdly racist. God, am I problematic?
See, here's the thing you can tell. He is probably from one of the most upper northern areas.
Okay.
So his perspective is so far excluded from everyone else.
I love it. I love it, man.
Dude, I was so the next person to pose a question will be, but it takes like a full there's a full several minutes of deliberation between the elves being slightly happy, and then there's that moment of them being like, now hold up. Okay, so we're better than the orcs, but wait. Why are we being compared to the orcs?
Yo. And the bigger question is, who is he saying is under the orcs? Are you saying the dynasty, the Feywilds, the halfling fuck? Wait, never mind, that country's dead. Are you...
The dwarves.
The dwarves.
Shot, he's just insulting the dwarves.
Yeah. I don't think he'd insult the Feywilds. He doesn't seem like that type of guy. But
yeah, no, he's insulting an empire. He's probably either he's stating the lowest ranking empire in his perspective, or they're the orcs are right in the middle.
Yeah.
So it's one of the two. Bravo, it's one of the two. Yep. One of those is way worse than the other.
Yep.
But getting back on track.
Yes.
The samurai would actually speak.
Okay.
And his he'd be like, so you seem more secretive than most. How would you handle if, say, the emperor discovered an assassination attempt on his life before it would happen? How quickly would you act, even though he is not your backer?
I'd still act as quick as possible. As far as I'm concerned, he's a head of a dynasty. Anyone like that needs to be dealt with at utmost precautions. In a weird way, I'd say that he is as important as dealing with something as high caliber as a higher demon. Think of it like this. When an emperor or a king falls, often there are two things that will happen. Either a country will go into shambles and ruins, or the predecessor picks up the pace and either stays on par with them or even brings it to a stronger power. The problem with that, letting an emperor die and not taking the precautions to save the emperor, would be a fool's mistake, and I am no fool. If that was the case and he had heard about an attempt on his life, I can already tell you who I'd be sending, and that'd be Rudin. Rudin and his squad. And for the investigation, I'd be sending Polly and her division corps.
Yeah, Rudin just gives a slow nod to the press as I will be there and I will handle it with discretion. Yeah. And Polly just tilts her head as she's kind of reading everyone's minds without them realizing.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have this very she's plopped her head to the right. As she's just staring at them. She hasn't said a word.
Fair.
He can kind of tell that everyone's kind of perspective went up because it's not really the dwarf have to ask about the cast iron king. Based off that kind of response, he's so it's one of those it can be assumed that it would imply to the other leaders.
Yeah. He would just kind of go, the same would go for the cast iron king. That is correct. Again, he is a very strong person. Now, I'm not sure, and it's obvious that he wouldn't need our help, most likely. He's a very strong and capable man, same goes for the Emperor, but that being said, if he had found out that someone is trying to kill him, we'd still send as many people as fast and quick as possible, and not by quantity, but by quality. The way I see it is that the people that should be sent to a mission like that is the strongest of our people, and if I'm going to be honest, if there is anyone that is capable of handling a situation like that, it is my dear friend Rudin, Liraz, and Vilgus.
So they would also see Vilgus appear as he de-stealths essentially like right next to them, and then re-stealths like hi, and disappears. And then you would hear a, oh, I like those guys.
Fucking again, wasting people's time, not asking a question, just 30 seconds pass by. I like those guys. I love him.
It's not his fault he talks that slow.
I know.
It's really not his fault. His main language is deep speech because he can just kind of like make the wail like a wailing sound.
Yeah.
And it would just convey the entire sentence instantly. But because he has to translate to common, it takes him so much longer to say anything.
Does he pick up on that? Let me see. If that's alright. Insight check. He does. Yeah. I'm pretty sure a natural 17 will get that.
Yeah.
He would just
it's one of those, like, there's a reason he's taking a bit longer.
Fair. He would just look to the whale shark and go, before I ask any more questions, what's your name?
Oh, fuck. Let me get his name. I have it. I just gotta get it.
Fair.
Yeah, I gotta get it.
Squeaky chair.
Where the fuck is it, you bitch? Where are you? Oh boy, yeah. He's like, he would say out loud.
Okay.
In common, very slowly. And he says his full name because you asked.
Oh boy, watch it be something long as hell. No, follow
No,
so
very slowly.
Here's go. Well, Namus, if it helps you any, you may speak in deep speech, while I myself do not know deep speech. Dear Shazi friend Vilgus, if he is willing, of course, can translate.
Vilgus would appear next to you, like kind of de-stealthing.
Yeah.
Like, yep, I'll do it. As then you would hear just the most deafening whale screech. Just like it echoes through the fucking town. As you would hear, like, you'd see Vil just kind of sit there for a moment, let him finish, and go, he said that'll be mighty helpful.
He just kind of nods his head.
It's just almost like that's all he said. Like, you can tell he shortened it.
Yep.
He shortened the fucking sentence. I want to mention one commoner like backpedals so the shark can't see him, and then starts rubbing his ears.
It's funny.
Because the way the whale shark sucks, they talk underwater, so their voices are dampened by the water. So they have to talk louder so they can be heard. Problem, he's out in the open and he just deafened 4 people.
You just as a reminder, you don't need to speak as quite as loud since you're on land. But hopefully this makes it a little bit easier for you.
Right.
I do think, from what I can tell, you may have hurt a few people's ears. So you might want to be a little bit
You
more
see him look around, like slowly, as you see him lock eyes with the human that he deafened. You see him then slowly reach into a bag and pull out a healing potion and offer it to the human.
That's funny.
And then he says in common, "This should help."
I love that.
Like, how does everyone else handle this? Okay, that's fair. A few of them are gonna go down a bit, not at you, just at him. So their opinions of the whale shark have gone down.
So I didn't go down. It's just the whale shark.
Yeah, so
Sad.
everyone but the tabaxi. The main people that lost respect for the tabaxi lost respect for the shark was the stern elf, the samurai, and the red tiefling.
Fair. I was gonna say, the two optimistic people on the door didn't seem like people that would really be like, "Oh, you suck." It's like you can't control that. You're trying.
No. The red tiefling, the purple tiefling is like, yeah, it's fair. It's
Yeah.
and the tabaxi is like, my ears, but it's fine. Ow, my ear. Like, she didn't lose respect. She's just like, please don't do that again.
Fair. Maybe speak common, buddy. Alright.
Yeah. God, yeah, but next person is gonna ask a question.
Mhm.
So he would then hear the purple tiefling,
Okay.
as she would reveal that she is from the Underdark.
Oh. Okay.
She is an Underdark druid.
Gotcha.
Kind of from how she said, well, the Underdark often has a few issues of their own. I know that Bounty Corps was a bit hesitant to send its people down due to the large creatures that like to eat people down there. And I don't lie, there's quite a few of those things.
Yes.
I would assume your people would be more than willing, based off how you act.
Indeed. We'd actually be quite willing. In fact, we actually, as of recently, obtained a friend of ours who is from the Underdark. In fact, any information we have gotten about the Underdark and is being handled when it comes to the Underdark has come from him so far. He goes by the name, actually no, she goes by the name of Jade. She didn't have a name at the time. She was an earthen crystal elemental that was, for no reasonings, besides the fact that the Bounty Corps was scared of her, was locked up. When the Bounty Corps taverns fell, we went into the Underdark areas, into the cell areas, mainly to check for survivors, as we did know that there were some cases that had innocent people. Some of the people you see before you are from those cells. Jade is not with us here. She's currently on a mission, but she is an earthen crystal elemental that did no damage. She did no harm. She did not deserve to be chained up. They chained her and imprisoned her sheerly out of fear. But with people like her by our side, we can more than happily aid the Underdark. If anything, I'd love to help with that, because your people are needed in this world.
She smiles happily.
Yay!
You see her thing get a massive spike from her.
Let's go.
I fucking love the whale shark.
Yeah.
I was like, the undersea need one person. They're getting this fucker who's going to be both annoying but also amazing.
Yeah.
He's probably a barbarian. That's the terrifying thing. They sent a barbarian to be the press member.
Yup.
chunk, as Anya would put it.
So they don't know who Anya is. She is Acrid's girlfriend. So yeah.
Yep, she
Yep.
is here.
She's in the background sometimes. They share one mic, so.
Yes. So, okay. So what would the fair? He has not spoken. The slightly more the more serious elf would at this point raise a question, as that he has heard, and this is more of a he's asking a Darad related question.
Okay.
Because this is something that has reached the elves' ears. So he's viewing it as enough to mention. He's like, well, I've heard word that this is something that is being reported in the elven area, so I figured I might ask. In the Darad mine, what is it called? I've not been there personally, but I think it is called the Black Hollow. I've heard words that there is mistreatment that occurs there. Would you send people to investigate that?
Definitely. If there is any form of mistreatment, or at this point, anything that could be of bad news, in my personal opinion, it is always worth looking into. I believe that no matter if it is rumor or simple hearsay, everything is always worth looking into. I think one of the bigger problems that the bounty corps had, was that they'd hear rumors and ignore them. Or they'd hear small things that happened, things like mistreatment, for a good example, that was often just neglected. And in my personal experience, and as a teacher, things should always be handled with stern care. Think of it like this. If let's say you dropped off your kid in my classroom, right? If your kid was being bullied, if your kid was being taken to the back of the wall and beaten in my classroom by another kid, would you want me to stand there and watch? Because that would not be the right thing to do. You handle that with stern care. And even if you had only heard that a kid did one thing to the other, you still look into it, you still handle it with care. In the same instance, at that very moment, with rumors like that, with mistreatment, things should always be handled, never neglected.
Alright. You can definitely tell that was a good answer. The optimistic elf is like, yee.
Yeah.
He's not saying a word. He's just like smiling.
Yeah.
The sterner elf is giving like a slight. He's like giving us like a slow nod of like, he's agreeing.
Yeah.
You can tell the samurai is like, even through like the just stone face that the guy has.
Yeah.
He's got a like. There's a slight bit of like he's starting to relax and like kind of like not be as like this is a waste of my fucking time.
Yeah.
This is more of like, okay, maybe you're worth my fucking time.
Good.
Yeah, so he can definitely tell. And then the shark's like, yeah. That's it. Just yeah.
I got my cheer squad back there.
Dude. And then it's like, when it's like Ava is just so confused about the shark. She's like, why is he so loud? Like, because he's doing this in deep speech, and so then it's like he like does a slight wail. Yeah. So it's just like he said, yeah.
God, I love that.
Oh my god. Oh boy. He's saying something now. You're probably getting kind of close to the end of it. It's one of those weird things, like he's starting to run out of time, so he's probably got like 2 more questions he's got to answer.
Yeah.
So if he can win over, He can tell he hasn't really won over anyone yet, but he's not at the end yet. But he's got a close with a few people.
That's fair.
Namely, the happy elf and the shark.
Fair.
Those are the two people he's got almost sold. The tabaxi's coming up fast. The purple tiefling's coming up fast.
Fair enough.
And then everyone else is kind of like farther back a little bit. But
Fair enough.
yeah. And then there's the public that just they're there.
Yeah. Yeah.
The, 20 commoners that are listening haven't said a word, but they're here.
Fair.
Okay. How, off the wall is this fucking question? Because it's not a press person that says it. So, it's not going to be because the press people do go out of their way to word it kind of more professionally, so it is easier to answer.
Yeah.
A commoner is shouting something out. You don't know who yelled it. Somebody yelled this.
Oh boy. Alright.
You hear so what if I heard word that from across the sea some noble shot somebody? What'd you do?
He would just go, well, as of now, if you told me, if you came to my core, and you told me that this is what you had heard, we'd send an investigation team. I'm running with this. He would just go, even I misspeak a little. My apologies. But either way, we would send someone out to go look into that. And not just look into it, we'd make sure that our investigation teams are able to be equipped to handle the said problem. So if worst comes to worst, they look into it, and if that was indeed true, they'd handle it themselves. And if they cannot handle it, because maybe they're not strong enough, they may request backup from a team that can properly handle it. Let's say, for a good example, Miss Polly over here, she has her own team of people. If her people could not handle it, she could ask from someone who is on a bigger, higher up leveling, as some would say, like Grudens. But nonetheless, everything is always worth looking into. Good example, again, is with Miss Livia. We had only heard a rumor of a Medusa girl. We didn't even know it was a child. All we knew was that it was a woman and she had been killing people. That is what was said. We found out that it was a child that did not understand her powers. And she was killing people by accident. Because she did not understand how to handle her petrification. And now we have someone that can actually help her so she can have a normal life. So with that being said, we would look into that, and we would handle it to the best of our abilities.
Whale screech.
Yeah.
And just feel you see him sit there why are you like this? Vilge's deception check to hide your confusion and just act like everything's fine.
Just what do you say, man?
Yeah, no, so the shark is in agreement that he's again, it's another one just yeah, I think that's a good plan. Just wasting everyone's time. He's not following up with questions, he's just agreeing.
Oh man.
You've kind of gotten him on your team. So
Whoa.
you've got one person.
Yeah.
You're pretty close with a lot of other people.
Yeah.
The shark is a close second. He's about to be yeah, positivity. It's just doesn't say anything, but it's positive statement.
Yeah.
Send. It's what? What do you mean?
it's like you're reading the newspaper from the the deep ocean. It's okay, So there's a murder here. There's a new business opening up on like 2nd Whale Street. It's like posted by Nalmas Volomath. Good review. That's it.
No other words.
It just says title, The Hidden Gardens. The like entire story is 2 words. Good review. Period. You know, like those like dads that like the stereotypical dad where it's like they answer like 1 or 2 questions, but they always put a period at everything. He's one of those guys. Like, wanna play golf?
Period. Not a question mark.
Yeah.
Period. Oh my god. Yeah, no, so that's okay, so who asked the last question? Fair. So how so the dwarf would actually say something finally.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's like, so, with all of this corruption that's running around in the dynasty, the different creatures that are existing in the dwarven, the fairy with their unique problems. You see the tabaxi just kind of nod like, yeah, you right.
You right, yeah.
And he would say, and the elves with their more hidden problems. See, he doesn't fucking know.
That's fair.
He's like, you're going to be stretched quite thin and your teams seem quite small. What's your plan on recruitment? Are you just going to pull people off the streets, or what are you going to do?
Not quite. I'm glad you actually asked this, because I actually wanted to address this. When it comes to recruitment, because obviously we're going to have to do that. I mean, look around. There's a lot of the world. There isn't that many of us yet. But if we got the backing, then we could do so. That being said. That being said.
Be very quiet. Yeah.
That being said, we'd run it through a series of operations. Think of it like this. Once we get some buildings put up, here's how we can handle this. Run people through training. I'm talking training, surveys, get an understanding of what they're like as a person. The last thing you need out of any person is people on the field that can't handle death. People on the field that'll be hesitant to act, and people on the field that will not know how to handle a fight. People who would look around to try and avoid a fight at any given cost does not belong on the battlefield. People who do not have the moral drive to deal with the problems that are in this world should not be in our core. Unlike the bounty core, where they had the problems of adding in people who are simply there for money or fame or greed. We would not have that. We'd only be allowing people that we ourselves could deem to have the moral compass to handle such things. They would not get to pick their missions unless they're on their off time. If a problem or a dire problem is put to need, they would be given the problems to be dealt with by the core themselves. So they would not get to pick. They would be given their assignments that the core would deem to be the best suit for their traits and their personality and their squad. Think of it like this. The bounty corps had a problem. Several problems. They had the problem of being unorganized and chaotic. They had people who would lounge around for years and years before ever picking up a single quest. There's people who never, despite the fact that they had the power to handle the problems, they never went out of their way to handle the problems. They went for the easy things, the things that were clean to the eye. Not all of them. Some of them were strong, like Igni. But we would, using a system, an organized, lawful system, We can divide down what squads would be best for what scenarios, who would be best to deal, what squads are best to deal with problems in the dynasty with the corruption, problems with outlaws, problems in the elven area, problems in the deep ocean areas, problems in the underdark, and problems all around. Some squads are obviously going to be more diverse and they'll be more usable within all platforms. Some will be better built to be dealing with very specific things. And that will be good. Because with squads built for very specific scenarios, they'll be able to drill down on the problems that are hitting home. And with the ones that are more diverse, they can easily give backup to any squad that is in trouble and deal with anything that the other squads might be preoccupied not being able to deal with. If we have enough buildings and enough people and enough squads and enough divisions, if we have the backing from the countries and the backing from the people, if we have the system put into place to weed out the weak and bring in the strong, to keep the ones that have a strong mental strength, then we can easily handle the problems that the cowards known as the Bounty Corps failed to handle. So there is your answer.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
You're welcome.
I want to mention every single person that was there got a minimum of a bonus 30 or a bonus of 20 to their standing.
Yeah.
The public got a bonus of 60.
Fair.
But so yeah, you will get to see the results because this is the Poly would tell you this information.
Whoa.
After everything's done. But everyone's just kind of nodding, like in pretty much agreement of like, yeah, no, that's fair. I'm in the same kind of standing with that.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised nobody asked about Lyra as a Rudin. I'm glad on that, but
yeah, no, it's one of those like you had to. Hold on. Yeah, then there's this amount. Yeah, so you would get to know this information with standings on every.
Red Tiefling, yeah, nailed it. Nalmus definitely nailed it. Happy Elf nailed it even more. Difficult Elf almost nailed it. Almost nailed it. Barely beat the Samurais. We won the Underdark Tiefling. I'm actually really happy with that. She was one of my favorites. Dwarf.
She actually
barely.
was one of the most difficult.
Yeah. The commoners, we won them. The only one we didn't really get fully was Difficult Elf, but even then, it was really close.
Yeah, he was gonna. It was that weird thing of he had a pretty like aggressive negative thing with everything he got, because he's very like. So it was that weird thing of like he was on par with the purple tiefling, but unlike her, he actually had like it's like everything he rolled for his bonus, he had like a -3 to it.
Fair.
So those -3s started adding up.
Yeah.
But you know, that is what Polly would basically feed into, give to Hoji and just tell him directly, like, just through his mind, like, this is what we got. This is how we did. Here's your progress report.
Nailed it.
He won over most of the press. The only one he didn't get was the like pretty stern elf, which any of them he was going to be probably the most difficult.
Yeah.
But you won him over enough where he's not going to be like shitting on you to like the next dimension. Like he's gonna be like, I'm optimistic. Kind of like a response, like I'm not sure, but I'm optimistic that they won't go burning.
Yay.
Yeah, so his review is not like if you almost beat him. You were 14 off, so yeah. But the happy elf was coming in swinging with positivity.
Yeah. It's like you get a like and you get a good review and you get a good review.
Nalmus was oddly hard. He had like his was slightly more difficult than some of the others.
Yeah.
Simply because he was like, your land. Like, you're lame, people.
Yeah.
You'll drown. You'll drown. So he has automatically less respect for you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on the bright side, if his people like offer to allow buildings into their areas, he'll get like people that can handle the deep ocean specifically. So.
Oh yeah, no, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he'll probably get reached out to by the undersea, like
Ooh.
one of the kingdoms.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. I'm so glad I threw him into that.
I'm glad you did. That was great. I'm gonna let you know.
I was like, who's gonna be here? I was like, there's gonna be a shark man. There's gonna be one.
Dude, I got into that fucking talk as well, man. I was vibing with that shit. That's the type of stuff
I know. Oh, I know. I could tell.
Yeah. Dude, I was hoping they'd bring up Liraz, because that's a whole separate thing he could have really used. But there just wasn't enough.
It was also that weird thing of like people looked at Liraz and they were like, what the fuck are I don't wanna know. Like like the only person who had a really like good shot of asking was like the red tiefling. Like he had a decent shot at asking. The serious elf had a shot to asking. The Tabaxi had a shot of asking. But because none of them really had a like good knowledge on what the fuck a Dawn Seeker was.
Yeah. Well,
they didn't really have a reason. They just thought he was a hemomancy man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, once they start getting backing, Liraz will probably become proper public information. So they'll learn soon enough.
Or at least the queen will.
Yep. Project Liraz is a go.
Yay. I want to mention I had the notes thing pulled up. I was like, update this guy, update this guy, update this guy, update this guy, and I had plenty of time because you actually talked for a decent amount of time with each one.
Yeah.
And I also loved how it's like, what if I just said that this man got shot? It's like, who the fuck?
Yeah. Or you had legit be like, okay, I'm gonna dumb this down for you. Because he basically had that type of question already posed to him, so he really was seeing it like, were you listening?
Like they all asked different questions. At least I thought they did.
They did.
I think everyone asked a question. I think
everybody did. Yeah.
The whale never shut up.
Yeah.
He never shut up. Yeah. I don't like those guys. We don't care. Like it was the most like. Who's gonna say we don't care to the shark man? Yeah. Who's gonna have the guts to insult him? That's right, no one.
I know I'm sure not gonna.
No one's saying shit.
Dude. Man.
Yeah, no, that was a very good, like, he actually did a really good job. And also the press got pretty good, decent roles, so.
Yeah.
That went well.
Oh, she did well.
You won over the commoners, which I was actually kind of surprised by.
Yeah, man.
Because that last speech, I said it gave you a plus 60.
Yup.
That barely got you over the mark.
Yeah. What kind of thing?
It was also like
people.
Yeah, it's also one of those things of like, it's really gonna like, they can be positive right now because he hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
But if he proves to fail on following through on his words, they're gonna start shitting on him pretty fast.
Oh, I know. That's fair. Hoji's not really one to fall on his word, though. Like, if he gives you his word, he's gonna follow through.
Oh yeah, his patron makes damn sure of that.
Yup.
Being a Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Being a Valkyrie, she's big on keeping your word.
Yup. These are him and his patron both have extremely high, like, what's the word? I'm trying to think of the alignment. God damn. God, lawful. They both have, like, very lawful, like, alignments, so, yeah.
Yee. Also, I have to roll to see when his patron will say something to him and give him a mission. Because that's always a shot she does that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Boy.
By the way, how's Comnos doing with that mission? Comnos and because as of now,
the Warlock.
We have
the Warlock.
Yeah, Comnos and the Warlock is handling the Ranger of Grain, and we have Lanos, who's handling the Corrupt Treant, aka the False Wendigo. Have they finished? Because they've been on that for a while.
You would get a report from Lanoth.
Mm-hmm.
Got a new teammate.
The False Wendigo.
Oh.
So Lanoth has 2 bandits working for him, and the False Wendigo.
Uh-huh. Have I shown you that thing's image?
No.
I don't think I have. Let me get it for you.
Alright. I'm gonna copy and paste that down in my notes so I know what I have completed and what I haven't. That one is now completed in the completed mission section.
Oh boy, did I send this in here?
I didn't even get to mention the fucking Greater Treant Demon I helped the Demon Corps with. Because that would have been a whole separate shock for the fucking public. It's like, yeah, I helped the Demon Corps without them knowing that I helped them.
Like, the Demon Corps knows that's like the good thing. They do know that you did that.
Yeah.
And now they know that you're some...
Uh-oh. His internet. Whoa. You back?
Hello?
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 Hello? Okay, so they know what?
The Bounty Corps now knows that you're something more than just a random potato.
Great. Yeah, because I did say that my name was Enma to the person, so that name does track.
Yeah.
Mr. Enma.
Yeah. Yeah, they are keeping tabs on you.
Yup.
What? Oh no. Chris has a PFP now.
What do you mean?
I saw that in general.
You're a PNG, not a PFP.
Yeah, PNG, yeah, sorry.
Why is he a squirrel?
I don't know, man. Let him be.
Huh?
Where the fuck?
Acorns.
Okay, well, this gives me time to find it while he's on his way to you guys.
Yeah.
This bothers me that I can't find it.
Bruh. Guys, this is where I put in an ad. This video is sponsored by fucking Colgate. Did you know that 1 out of every 10 dentists agree with this being a good toothpaste brand? 1 out of every 10 dentists agree on this.
No, hold up a minute.
10% of every dentist in the world says this is a good brand.
Just shitting on Colgate.
Yeah. They're like, yeah, so we have all these different ones. This one whitens, and this one, so they all do the same thing. I've tried out different ones because I have, like, naturally stained teeth. It don't whiten shit. If it whitens, how come the stain's not gone, huh? Huh? What are you gonna do? Huh? If it whitens, why is the stain not gone, huh? Maybe it's because all toothpaste is just rocks. It's just ground up rocks. You think you're clever?
Yeah.
You think you're clever, bitch?
Bitch. Bitch.
You think you're special?
Bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. Your mom calls you special for a reason. Don't think you're special. Fucking going for the throat.
I need to find this image.
Dude, I'm trying to stall for you. I
know.
So YouTube, how's everyone's day? This is not live. How's everyone's day, though? Say in the comments below if you've been watching for 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 6 seconds and going. Don't forget to like, sub, and subscribe. And don't forget to punch the like bell. Wait, there's notification bell.
Punch the like bell.
Yeah, punch the like bell, smash the subscription thumbs up, and keep notifications on. And comment what your favorite type of peanut butter is. Hear me out, almond?
I am unnaturally
Crunchy peanut butter.
confused.
No, I'm just saying about almond peanut butter, crunchy edition. Real damn good.
Where did it go?
I don't know, but have you ever had almond peanut butter? It's really good. It weirdly tastes like chocolate, but it's not fully there. It's almost like having Reese's without having Reese's. It's pretty crazy. If you have a nut allergy, I apologize. I probably just gave you, like, through the screen, like, HIV. No? Hives. No, they're not the same. No, they're not the same. Yeah, those are in fact, I just want to explain this, not the same thing.
Oh god.
They might be similar, but they're not the same.
I don't understand.
But I don't know, man. Sure you had a picture for that? I forgot what we're even looking for. What are you looking for? Oh, the treant. Yeah, the false wendigo.
Yeah. I
found on Pinterest while you're doing this I just want to explain this to everybody who's listening. It is a cow person. They have horns. They got like a little bell. The bell they have two braided hair, like banged hair bits. The bell's holding those bangs together, so it looks like a weird hood, but it's their hair. And then the rest of the hair is put into a weird bun ponytail. And their hair is white and red. Like, there's just random streaks of red in it. For some reason. Giant gahongaloos. And I mean, like, anime massive type of deal. And then, like, a weird, like, strap, like, bikini bra type of thing. Like, barely any clothing, but then they gave them sleeves. What's with the sleeveless sleeves? Oh, wait, no. Okay, no. So it's the perspective. This isn't like a bra thing. It's just like a strap dress. So it connects on, so, like, the straps go down, and then, like the actual, like, dress starts, like, at, like, the boob area. And then goes down. It was just the drawing perspective. But it's like this white dress with like red linings going down it.
Interesting.
Why is this the first thing I see on Pinterest?
I don't know. Why can I not find this?
I don't know. I'm gonna. Okay, chat, while he's trying to find it, here's the next one that's shown up on my feed. It is a lady in an anime art style. So you already know where this is probably going to go, because it's an anime art style. There's only 2 ways it goes with women, sadly enough, with anime. Red hair, ginger, spiky, a sadistic, like, emotion face. Probably looks like they're about to kill someone. Silver eyes. A choker for some random reason. Tank top. Giant gahanga loose. That's it. I don't even see the rest of the body. That's it. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. I don't know what that background is. Where's the next thing?
I
am
find it? No, I'm probably gonna have to grab a new one.
Yeah, you might have to. I found Batwoman for some reason, but it's Batwoman in like a medieval like background for some reason. The guy
I'm
in a
so
top
annoyed.
hat. There's a guy in a t-shirt that says, "Don't bully me, I'll come." Sad face. There's a thing on my Pinterest saying 500 plus female elf names. So it's an elf name generator. There's a fairy lady with a tiny sword.
Tiny sword.
Tiny
It's
sword.
in fact a toothpick.
Yes. I found a lizard folk. A blue lizard folk with a yellow bandana. But it's a close up, so I can't even see the rest. It's just the bandana I can see for clothing. It's a neutral encounter.
I don't know.
I found a lady who's able to... What the fuck is going on with it? Okay, so they have 2 drawings of her. She looks human in the first one on the left. She's like serving like a bowl of ramen. Like, it's like a short dress. Like, it barely like goes down to the thighs. It's like a grayish dress. Like purple hair with like, it's in a ponytail. They have like 2 horns. And then the next image, she's just a Challen? Like, she's just randomly a tiger person now? And she's just kicking the shit out of someone. So she's a were-tiger? Question mark. Yo, that's crazy, man. Yo, that's crazy. So, what's going on in chat? How you doing? What's going on? Doing alright? You know your alphabet?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay, cool,
Yeah,
great.
I think I've got an image.
Awesome.
So, he would get a description of this fucking monstrosity of a person.
Okay.
I realize it's a person. It's not a Wendigo. It's a false Wendigo.
Yeah.
This is a person.
Okay. So we're looking at like a quote-unquote person. It looks like a burly beast, a lot of brown fur covering its entire body. We're dealing with like a bunch of like wooden spiraling horns all like spiraling from its like head. Like a like skull, not even a proper head, like it's like a skull, like there's no skin to that bit. You just see the skull of like what would look like originally like a deer, like a Wendigo head almost. They've got some skulls that are like attached to their leg, it looks like.
Yes.
And they've got a bunch of hands.
Yeah, so
they're about the size of a tree, by the way.
Yeah, that should be mentioned. They are quite large.
Yeah, like I'm looking at perspective. They're like it is like only standing at half of its height because it's pretty hunched over, and it's almost the height of a tree right now in that current background. And the birds that are near it are like not even the size of its head.
I think the birds are pretty far in the distance. No.
Yeah.
So, from what he would describe, this thing when it stands up on its full height, is at about it's towering at about 16 feet.
Okay.
However, it walks on all fours, so it's only about 8 feet tall.
Okay.
When it's moving around.
Yeah.
So it's about the size of an average Goliath. From what they've learned, this thing knows like ancient Druidic and primordial are like its two main languages, and Sylvan, obviously. It was a person at one point.
Yeah.
But it's kind of expressed that it found this mask, this like the skull that it has used to be like a mask that it would wear.
Yeah.
That the druid would wear. And eventually they went into a slumber and woke up like this.
Huh.
They're not sure how long they were asleep.
Bro, you know, I've had some characters that have went to bed and then woke up and they were different.
You have.
Fucking nod at Muriel being turned from a man to a woman by the goddess of blood and lust. Oh. Yeah, someone could really relate with them. But that's fair. That's fair, that happens, man.
Yeah, so as far as he knows, this thing is a monk druid thing. Is mainly a druid, but it attacks like a monk.
Gotcha. So it's like
it's like
just fucking punching people.
Except it launches people when it attacks them.
Great. Okay, cool.
So, the thought process with that false Wendigo is send it into the Feywilds.
Yeah.
Because it should be fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the things where it's like, if Lanoth wants to, then he can work with the false Wendigo, and that can be a powerhouse team that works in the Feywilds. If the Feywilds are willing to work with us.
Yeah, so Lanoth. I'm looking for Lanoth's team. Yeah, Lanoth and the two bandits.
Yeah.
Lanoth is stating that this false Wendigo, he views it as pretty trustworthy.
Okay.
It seems pretty. It has a very strong, like, lawful, like, it is like a true neutral in how it approaches things.
Okay.
But it follows things with a very, like, heavy code of conduct. So, like, if it's told why someone needs to die, it will probably kill them happily. But it needs to be given a reason. It won't just kill for no reason.
Fair.
He states that it's pretty carnivorous in how it acts. He's kind of labeling it as like a beast person.
Yeah.
He's looking at how this thing acts and how it talks, and he's like, these are two very different things. Mm-hmm. You? What are you?
Yep.
So he has approached it with the option of joining them, and it agreed under the condition that it would be given a reason why it needs to deal with someone if it's told to deal with someone. As long as it's given that reason, it's fine with help it.
Yeah,
but it just wants to understand why.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, with every quiz they're going to be dealing with anyways, they'll be given the information on why it needs to be handled. So the core will always be giving that information to them. They would never expect anyone to go in blind, so this is honestly completely fair. Oh, Rena's here. So... Rena never comes up to me. She used to come up to me all the time, but when my brother's cats were dropped off, she like stayed out of my room. She's actually here. Hey, buddy. Hey. What's up, baby? How you doing? Oh, are you leaving already? Is it because Jasper's at the door? Okay. But don't hiss at Antonio while you're walking away. He didn't do anything. Antonio's just sitting in the hallway. And as she's walking past him, she eyes him down and doesn't break stride doing this. She just goes and keeps walking. I'm like, dude, he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything.
Lanod is pretty sure the false Wendigo could handle the Feywilds by itself.
Fair.
But he's fine with sticking with it for now, so they can get a judge on its character.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, just for now, like, have him stick around, kind of get a judge, and if he thinks that it is properly able to be by itself, then it may do so. And if it ever runs into anyone that wants to bring onto its team, like a fucking beast, it may. God, the fucking Wendigo with an owl lynx. An owl bear.
This thing is the size of a giant.
That's why I'm just saying, like, it honestly would probably have something like that as a pet. It's like
if it can find one, it will.
It tames an adult. Doesn't even need to tame a baby. It just tames the adult easily. It's like, wait. Wait. I can see it happening. Oh, man.
Yeah, so... The thing was, they found this thing sitting down.
Uh-huh.
They're like, oh, it's not that big. It's probably the size of a Goliath.
Yeah.
They got closer. They saw it get on all fours. And they're like, wait. It hasn't gotten any smaller.
Yo.
Wait. They took 2 more steps and it stood up. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Take another step, I dare you.
Fair. So that now comes to the question of how did his group do with the Ranger of Grain?
So it came off pretty hostile for them.
Yeah.
Because it was I'm looking for Kovnos.
Kovnos was the Triton.
Kovnos Kovnos with the Warlock. I was looking for his for him in the list. Kovnos and his team, how'd they do? They were able to take down the Ranger of Grain.
Mm-hmm.
Kovnos essentially had to charge the Ranger.
Yeah.
To make sure it was targeting him and not the Warlock.
Fair.
Because if a man is charging you with a trident, you're gonna start aiming at him instead of the Warlock that's like 90 feet away.
Yep. Let alone the barbed trident.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's what they did succeed. Kovnos and the Warlock did have to kill the Ranger, which they were expecting to have to.
Yeah.
Kovnos, he succeeded a con save when he got shot. He's not sure what it would have done, but he did state that he probably succeeded against getting a disease of some kind, and he's kind of glad he did get it.
Honestly,
whatever it would have been.
Honestly, probably was the case, because for those who don't know, Grain is the god of illness and poison, so there is a good shot it was.
Yeah, it was a diseased arrow. Problem, it was an arrow, and it went into his shoulder.
Yup.
That disease has little to no problems transferring.
Yep. Alright.
Yeah.
So now we've got to we actually do still have a mission that I myself can handle, which is Blackburn's Lightning Werewolf.
That's kind of far away.
Yeah. Or is there someone else that's closer to it? Because we do have 2 freed up squads now.
The False Wendigo team is like kind of near Ashbourne, which is close by.
Okay.
It's about 4 days away, so they could head up to see if they could find the werewolf.
It'd also be a good test on the
Wendigo.
The Wendigo, because it was mentioned that the Lightning Werewolf was never from what I know, it hasn't been killing anyone. It's just been kind of there, as Willie put it. So there's a shot this thing is friendly. So the best thing we need there's a shot. It's not high.
It's been scaring the shit out of it. It's been scaring the shit out of people. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, if it can be befriended and, like, get to work with us, that's even better. Because that is a lightning werewolf. It's not a easy-to-kill thing.
No.
So this would also, weirdly enough, be a good way to test the False Wendigo's ability, moral compass ability check. So, and I'd be more than happy to assign that to Lanos. So I have no missions as of now that are actually free for me to do, but because
Liraz walk around North Pass.
Yeah,
there's always walking around North Pass.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna try and get some information. As of now, we have the Rogue of Crown Lesser Demon, who has been now assigned to Liraz, so their team is gonna head out and go deal with that. So they'll be departing. And the 6-armed wraith is gonna be getting dealt with by Kamamoto. Polly will be given the Polly and her investigation division will be given the task to make a headquarters in North Pass using funding, and
she will smile and get it done.
Yes, and when she does that, she can start gathering info from wherever she thinks there will be info, because we need honestly to start cracking down on stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is fair. Yeah, but you guys are succeeding. You guys are starting to get things done.
Whoa.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Yay.
And now the people that we helped in the Demon Corps: Cindy, the human blood hunter rogue; Yaza, the human ranger; Lemez, the lightning dragonborn; and Amelia, the fire genasi monk. Will now know who the fuck they got help from.
Cindy is already sending a little. Once she reads the nose thing, she's gonna write her piece to Gallon.
Fair.
As will the others. So Gallon will be hearing directly about
whoa
all of this shit. So the leader of the Demon Corps will be hearing about you.
Great.
Or at least his second and third command will be at least.
Fair.
Nico the Armadillokin and a witch will be reading up on the so-called helpers.
we love witches.
Oh yeah. The witch that could be the singular cause in the destruction of the world. It's fine.
Listen, man. That wasn't one of my old past characters. I don't know what you're speaking of.
Yeah. Nope.
He totally wasn't an evil guy that got persuaded to become good.
Definitely you roll against the 37 in persuasion.
Yeah. Definitely did release a god killer that's slowly killing all the gods and has destroyed an entire country single-handedly, killing thousands of halflings. He definitely wasn't the reason that he definitely wasn't the guy that started the original first ever riot against the Bounty Corps that which later led to a spiraling conflict within the Bounty Corps, which caused it to collapse. Not at all. We love our flirty, charismatic, oh so loving, handsome, and definitely friendly witch Adar, the Hexblade Tiefling. Yeah.
He has cursed 37 people.
Listen, man, they deserved it.
They know that 24 of them did. They're not so sure about the rest. The other 13 are a bit questionable.
Listen, man. And just ignore the fact that
But
he has an
continuing.
undead boon that's just creating undead, and not even he has remembered that he put that out there somewhere in the Dwarven Empire, so it's just sitting there creating a skeleton army.
Oh, why is it? Okay, yeah, that's something that's something in the background. Great. Wonderful.
Yo. Last time we checked, that army had, I think, 200 skeletons, and growing.
And that was several months ago.
Yep. Problem. It's still growing, and nobody's found it. If I remember correctly, Adar, like, a few months back, finally remembered it, and they've been searching, and they haven't found it. They just know that it's near the capital of the Dwarven Empire.
He went to where it was?
Yup.
Wasn't there? He's like, wait, where did it go?
The skeletons are fucking carrying it around. God, it's just on a constant move now. God, that's a problem, because if that goes to the capital, like, I know the capital's got some very strong people there. Hell, I'm pretty sure the king's there. But if there's
Galen's
enough...
there.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, yeah, you've got some really strong people there. But the problem is that at the end of the day, if there's enough undead, no matter what you are, there's a shot that entire capital dies.
There's a tipping point. There's a point of no return by sheer fucking numbers.
Yeah. Like, yes, yes, Galen has fucking 4 treants, 3 wyverns, can constantly summon things, has a demon at his will forcefully, 3 of them, and he can summon spirits easily, because he's a summoner druid, but he has a limit.
Huh?
And the
It's
Cast
a
Iron King,
island.
yeah, well, the Cast Iron King is strong. He can only handle so many, and he can't really tell undead things that have no sentience to kneel and work for him.
Yes, which I guess I'll talk about the Cast Iron King. One of his, it's a pretty much a known thing, because there was a point where people tried to assassinate him, and he used one of his moves, which is I command the kneel, and he forced these people who were trying to kill him to take a knee and work for him.
Yep.
It is a pretty much kind of terrifying display of sheer fucking power that he is
Yeah.
able to convince people who are trying to kill him to kneel before him in loyalty.
Yep. That's the Cast Iron King.
He exists.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yes.
But yeah, Cast Iron King. We'll be hearing from the little one dwarf that was there.
Yeah.
Only one that made it.
Oh man. That dude's gonna be tall like that for like an hour, by the way.
Yeah, I would say he like started shrinking by the end of the meeting. Like that.
Yeah.
That kind of took about an hour, if
Yeah.
only because Nalmus wouldn't shut up.
Yup.
Like.
Every time he spoke, it's like, is he asking an important question? And all he had to do
No.
was, yeah. Oh, I like those guys. God.
The sheer level of irritation
Yup.
that the elves were hiding, because the elves are big on efficiency. This fucking fish is so beyond inefficient in how he's acting, it is infuriating to them.
Oh man. But yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go to what other taverns were around?
So you guys had three taverns that you guys could choose from between. There was the Borkin Tooth, which is owned by some Lupins.
Yeah.
The person who made the sign fucked up. And you're not 100% they're still alive, but you know, they're there.
Fair.
There's the Goblin's Keep. You can guess who probably owns that tavern.
It's the shade. Yeah, no, it's probably a goblin.
And then there's one called. Then there is the Giant's Block.
Go to the Giant's Block.
Alright. So you guys would have.
No, I don't. Fucking yeah, no, I walk in naturally.
Yeah.
You would have, by the way, made like at some point like dipped into an alley to get the mask off, kind of like change up clothing. That way.
Fair.
Yeah. He would have made sure no press would fall on him. That way he didn't have to deal with any other things before going to the tavern.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So, as you guys would eventually head over to the Giant's Block, you would walk in and you'd see like the doorway to the Giant's Block is like 4 feet wide and about like I'd say about 10 feet tall.
Okay.
So essentially it's designed for people like Goliaths and larger people to be able to actually stand and in.
Okay.
So you would head in and you would see that it is run by a great white shark person.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of go up to the bar bit. Just kind of sit down.
Yeah, so you guys would sit down. Yeah, so let me see what's happening in this good old tavern. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, you would be able to hear like slight clattering in the back.
Uh-huh.
As like, which is like where the chef is.
Yeah.
Oh. They're working.
Okay.
So what kind of interestings you have happening around here? Let me see. I'm sorry I'm boring you so much.
You're good. No, I'm just tired. I was trying to sleep.
That's
this
fair.
dumb cat kept waking me up. Jasper was being a pain in the neck this morning. It was like 5 a.m. He was like, "Get up, I want food. Get up." I was like, "Fucking."
Why did you do that?
Yeah, kept waking me up. I was like, "You don't get food yet. I'm going back to bed." 7 p.m. comes around. Get up, go away. It is my day off. 10 a.m. comes around. He wakes me up again. I'm like, "Okay, I'll fucking get you your food. I will fight you, cat."
God. Stupid animal.
It's like the way he wakes me up is he'll like basically put all of his weight on like an area of my body and just start netting it. And he's not a light cat. It's not like he's fat or anything. He's just he's just a naturally like heavy cat. Like he's just a naturally big cat. Because like when we got him, he was a thin cat, but even when he was thin, he was still just naturally big.
Yeah.
So he already weighed a lot, even though he was thin. And so now that he's actually eating properly, he weighs more. So it's like there's sometimes where he'll like put his weight on like my neck or like my shoulder.
Wonderful.
And I'm like, why? And there's one point where he put like directly on like the middle.
Why
of my...
are you like this?
Yeah, I was like, I lay on like the middle of my, like on my side. So he'll put it like up in like the middle of my rib. I'm like, why? Don't do that. Just don't do it. And he's like, okay, where? Just don't. He's a needy cat. Like, he's currently sitting on my
needs
desk
to stop it. What a shithead.
Yeah, legit. For real.
Yeah, so the great white shark would approach and he's like, "What can I get you?"
Do you have anything like wine?
I don't sell that very often, but probably. Let me look.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It's one of those things like wine. It's not a common thing that he as a great white shark would sell. He's more used to like giants or like firbolgs or Goliaths, and they drink heavier things. So yeah, he's got to look for it, but he's probably got it.
Fair enough.
As you're kind of like passively looking around the tavern, it's that thing of like you kind of sat down and you didn't immediately go, all right, who's everywhere? I'm gonna be suspicious as all hell as I'm looking around.
No, deceit check.
Go ahead and roll deception to like see how well you can kind of maintain this guise that you're not looking around, but you are.
Dirty 17.
Okay, so I'll roll some insights on the interesting beings in the building. At least. The shark will get to roll. Okay, so the shark's not. He doesn't really care. That's the fair thing. So, okay, so that's for them. That's for them. That's for this being. Cool. So, let me get everyone. Oh boy. So you've got. Oh boy. So you've got this girl.
Bye.
You got this girl who's sitting at a table.
Okay. So we're looking at a like elven tiefling. Like, I'm talking like
very tall horns.
Yeah.
Very tall horns.
Yeah, we're talking like probably what was a astral elf abyssal tiefling like mix. Because we have like the skin tone of a mixture of both. Like, it's got like that natural astral elf like pinkish grayish tone on parts of the skin, but also other parts of the skin have that abyssal tiefling like dark gray purple like type of like coloring. They have this like almost like vibrant purple like eyes, very pointy, obviously elven ears, like very pointing straight up into the air like tiefling horns, long dark purple hair with some tattoos that seem to be glowing, and that's like I don't even know what color that is.
Purple.
Yeah. And then just like a piercing that goes, multiple piercings on both ears, and then a piercing on the lip. We have a
and she's wearing like, also to finish because the rest of the image does not show it, but I will describe it. She's wearing like kind of like a kind of more form-fitting like long like black dress that kind of goes down to like her knees and then stops.
Fair.
Yeah.
There's also the Khajiit that has mainly black fur but has a bit of white around his neck and bottom bit of his face, kind of stopping around the nose bit, which goes back into black. Yellowish eyes, white eyebrows, a brown cloak that kind of goes over the majority of his body. White wrappings around the forearms. And white fur that kind of sit around his white wrapping like boots. His tail does stick out, which has spots on it, and what looks like to be a katana on his side, and he seems to be able to use magic by the looks of it. And then you got a human lady, most likely a human lady, could be a mycelium, pretending to be a human for all I know.
You really just want a mycelium.
No, I honestly just say that because I think like that's what myceliums are known to do. It's that thing like they looked at one of the most populated races and it's like, this is funny. No, it's like there's always that shot. It's like how there's always a shot that a human could also just be a mimic. That is a genuine thing. It could just be a mimic that took over a corpse and pretends to be a person. That is a thing. But it's just a very like long braided ginger haired like lady just wearing a like black shirt that shows off a bit of like upper cleavage and shoulders with a black choker. And then pretty pale, by the way. And then you have another tiefling with, they might be another tiefling elf mix because they've got the pointy ears. But if it is, it's probably a dark elf, and again another abyssal like tiefling mixture, or it could be a Shadar-kai, like part Shadar-kai instead. But because
her eyes are a bit darker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She's probably a Shadar-kai.
Yeah, so like Shadar-kai, like abyssal tiefling mixture you've got going on here. You've got like a black like hair that has like gray strands in it. And it's not even like the pitch black, it's like that like charcoal like grayish black with like lighter gray strands.
Yeah.
Like instead of having that white bit in the eye, it's black, and then you have like a like whitish bit for the pupil area instead of like having a normal color, it's just flat out white. And then the center bit of the eye being black again. Like grayish toning skin and another black choker. We have a lot of people with chokers.
They're not uncommon
It's fair.
in certain businesses. So
Yeah.
it's also just like a common choice of clothing.
Yeah. It's fair enough.
At least for one female. And there's one more person. I just have to find a image that fits them. Is the annoying part.
Fair. If I do remember correctly, most tieflings often have a big mouth and seem to talk a lot, so I'll probably be listening to them the most, but...
Fair, they do speak. They
Yeah.
do have words that exit their mouth.
Yeah, it's not me being racist, it's me just being like, stereotypically, tieflings talk like a lot.
They're very friendly, and they don't shut up.
Yeah, it's good. Like, out of anyone that's most likely to give out just leaked information, it is them. Them and humans. Like, if we're gonna be real. Oh my god, we got Old Man Jenkins up in here. We're talking like Old Man Jenkins became a druid, but is still a farmer. Like, we're talking like woodland staff covered with leaves. Well, like stereotypical farmer hat with the crow that tried to eat his crops and he befriended or threatened to kill it. Like gray old beard that goes down to his crotch, and that's with it tied up. We're talking like a yellow like scarf that kind of goes down a good bit of like around his shoulders and like down around to like his forearm area. Is that wrapped? Yeah, a like wrapped area of his arms that go up to his wrist, where his sleeves don't connect because he has short sleeves. Black trousers, and his boots have been wrapped up, so I'm guessing his boots are pretty torn up. But yeah, that's Old Man Jenkins.
It's an old man, and also like
The human.
I'm trying to like get a good look on Ticular, and the internet is dying. Also, I do not know if you're vibing to music because I cannot hear it.
Yes. Shady Tavern.
Wow, very shady of you.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are the people that are in here. Where did your party members go? Okay, so Elenia went back to the Borkin Tooth to see what she can hear from there.
Fair enough.
And also she spotted like an interesting, like one of her type of interesting people walking there. She was like, ooh, this person.
Okay.
Just followed them.
Fair.
Keela is like wandered in with after you and is like, she's not sitting with you. She's gone and like sat off by herself.
Yeah.
Is like struck up a conversation with the human lady with red hair. Is just talking to her. You can tell this lady is slightly surprised that someone's sitting down and just striking up a conversation with her. She's like, "Aye, sure." Why are you talking to me?
You're curious, man.
This is very friendly. You have no fucking clue where Varbuck is. You never saw him, and he disappeared. He never appeared. He stayed invisible the whole time.
Fair.
So as far as you know, he wasn't even there.
Yeah. uh,
So yeah, you are sitting like not next to, but you're nearby the Khajiit, who's like lightly playing with magic.
okay.
But he's like moving like the candle flame just a little bit as he's just kind of sitting there.
Okay.
The purple haired tiefling, purple kind of black haired tiefling is also like sitting like right next to him, so they're probably together.
Okay.
At least like they probably came in together. And is she saying anything right now? She is. What are you talking about? Oh. Oh, okay. You're talking about that. Why?
Yeah.
Why have you chosen to speak about that? She is talking about how she has she's like talking pretty quietly to the Khajiit, but she's also like she pauses whenever the shark comes by and continues to talk while the shark is nearby, and then when he leaves she pauses on talking.
Okay.
So the shark probably told them a bit of information, so she's giving him information back.
Okay.
But she is talking about a Mara paladin who seems to be striking people indiscriminately. Or at least it seems pretty indiscriminate.
Mara Paladin. Okay.
He has been like kind of lurking around North Pass.
Okay.
Or not North Pass. Yeah, North Pass. No, my brain. I thought North Pass was White Ridge for a moment, so I was like, I got the names mixed up. But
Yeah.
no, I was right. He's around North Pass, so he's around this area.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. She's also lightly mentioning a like eyeball man who's got a bunch of eyeballs in his head, but has no. He's just got like a bunch of floating eyeballs.
Okay.
In his head, like underneath his cloak hood, and they kind of float out to look around.
So probably a Cthulhu follower.
Probably a very devout, follower of Cthulhu. You are hearing that from a tiefling who's just talking. She's like, "Yeah, did you hear about this guy? Did you hear about this dude?" Like she's just. That is the Shidarkai tiefling has like a pretty normal tiefling that's with her.
Okay.
And the pretty normal tiefling's the one that's been like, "Did you hear about the eyeball guy that was like shooting eye beams at people?"
God.
And the Shidarkai's like, "No, I didn't. Where is this? Like, why do you just know about this? Why have you not mentioned this to the guards or anything?"
Well, why have you talked to anyone else about this? Why me?
Yeah, very much. Why am I the one you have decided to speak to about this? They're very clearly friends, but still the Shidarkai tiefling probably has a bit more sense behind her in her actions.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
she's like, "Well, I don't know, you seem to like to handle things yourself." She's like, "I'm not gonna go fight a man who's shooting eye beams." Like, I have no interest in dying.
Oh no. Fucking contract. Yeah. That's he very lightly tried to he tried to chuckle as quietly as he can about that.
the very much just I'm trying not to die, thank you. I have an interest in not dying.
I guess that's a separate perception check for anyone, but it's like there's that very like just chuckle from that.
That's fitting. The Khajiit notice. Does he pick up on why? No, he just thinks it's something that the Khajiit looks at you and just kind of like nods, like he thinks you're thinking about something and laugh. Like that's the thing when people do drink, they like remember something and they laugh about it for no fucking reason. So it's that odd, like your natural deception tricked him.
Fair. Fair. I do have a like natural deception of 15.
Yeah, he got like a dirty 11 on his insight. So yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
So he's like, oh, that's fitting. Also, the shark does come back to you with like, he's like, I just don't empty the bottle. He gives you a bottle and a fucking like glass, and he just says you can pour it yourself. He's pretty much honestly, he's like, I'm not the best when it comes to pouring wine, so I'll let you pour it yourself.
Fair. He would only pour like half a glass. Like that's what he would do.
But he will be charging you depending on...
Oh, uh-oh. Is he back?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Okay. Continue.
No, I get like half
Okay,
a cup. So, yeah.
Yeah, so he is going... So he hands you a full bottle depending on how... And he knows that, like, how many glasses are in one bottle, which is, like, about, like, 20 per bottle. So depending on how empty that bottle is, that's how much he's going to charge you.
Fair enough.
It's a weird thing of he's fine with giving you the bottle because no one fucking orders wine. He's just like, I don't fucking need this. I have like 5 of these. You're the first bastard in 2 months to ask for wine. Like, yeah. I don't need this. I'm not too worried about it.
Yep.
So he probably won't charge you out the ass for that, but you'll probably have to pay like a bit of gold.
That's fair. Yeah, it's just a half a cup. That's all you
Yes.
can grab. So.
Yeah, so that's like one. Okay, so that's about half a cup. Cool. But he would keep listening, as she's like, well, okay. I guess I should have mentioned that to the guards.
Yeah, bud. Should have.
How about you go do that? The fucking Shadar guy is just like, how about you go do that instead of sitting here?
He would just kind of, Hojiro would just kind of like, probably walk over to them at this point and just go, he's just gonna go, pardon for my intrusion. You said there was a man shooting eye beams?
Yes!
Do you know the location?
Well... Oh yeah, I think he's near the peninsula south of North Pass. There's that little outcropping peninsula that's a couple days away.
Understood. I'll dispatch it.
And okay.
I appreciate the information.
Does you see the Shadar? Like, I'm not even gonna ask. It's the most just like sure.
Is there anything else that you forgot to tell the guards by chance?
Oh, let me think. I forget to tell people a lot of things.
He has a very small smirk on his face.
She's like, there's a fire minotaur lady.
Okay, a fire minotaur lady.
She's
Wait, uh-oh, there goes the internet. Uh-oh, chat, he's dead. Chat, he's dead. He's back. So a fire minotaur lady.
Yeah, it's like it's more like lady than minotaur. Like
Okay.
it's basically she's like just got the minotaur horns.
Okay.
But she's like just chucking fire at people.
Huh. Why?
From what they have gauged, she's like laid claim to an area, and there is a like piece of road that cuts through the area she's claimed.
Yeah.
So she's attacking anyone that enters that area.
Okay.
It seems she's not leaving that area. She seems very deliberate in her staying there.
Okay. All right. That problem. That's a problem. So,
yeah. So like 8 days on the main road south.
okay. So
Like
we
past that peninsula, like on the opposite, like on going the like not south. Both of those I have misspoken both times when it came to direction.
Okay.
I was misorientating myself. Both of those are west.
Okay. Gotcha.
Apologies.
So 8 days, and how much for the eyeball man? How many days?
The eyeball man is like 4 to 5.
Okay. So we'll hit both of them up and we'll deal with the Mara Paladin. We can do the Mara Paladin within the day that we've heard of this. I'll probably just try and contact Mara before I handle him.
Yeah.
Okay, well we can deal with both of those in one final blow. Is there anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Alright. Well, I appreciate
You can tell she's had at least a few.
Yeah.
And you can tell the Shadarkai lady has had just as many and is fine.
God.
Yeah. Also, like 2 days later, after the Minotaur lady, there is a town that is there.
Okay. So we need to deal with that because that's near a town. That is an actual problem.
That it's about 2 days away from a town.
Okay, gotcha. He would just go, well, I appreciate your information. I'm going to go deal with those problems now, personally. I do appreciate your help. That being said, if something ever comes to your mind, because I can tell you a little bit on the hammered side, get in contact with me again. The name is Mr. Enma. And he just kind of like set down a card.
You see the Shadarkai lady take it and you're like, I'll contact you.
Appreciate
This
it.
walking headache of a friend of mine seems to love to hear things and not mention it.
Yes, well, if she ever gets any ideas, we're hopefully going to have a headquarters built in soon. You can always get a hold of the Hidden Garden Core.
Wonderful. You can hear just the most, like, I am so disappointed in you as a person. Is what she's directing to her friend. Is the most, like, why am I friends with you?
Fair enough.
Yeah, but Napora is the town that's over there. It's about 10 days away. So you guys would
Okay.
get to Napora, like, 2 days after the Minotaur lady.
Fair enough. So we'll probably make a stop by Napora then, after dealing with them.
Yeah, it'd be a good little stopping ground. That's also no one's been there.
Yeah.
But fucking yeah, no, it's that lady, that tiefling just decided, yeah, I'm gonna talk about this shit, and the Shadarkai lady is like, I fucking hate you. Why are you telling me this? I can't do anything about any of this.
Fair enough.
It's just like fucking stupid. You're so stupid. I hate you.
Oh god. Yeah.
Why are we friends?
He would head back over to the bar, quickly down the last little bit of his wine, and pay his tab.
He would get charged. Just so you know, it's like
Yeah.
because he only drank like half a bottle. Wine is a bit more on the slightly more expensive side.
Yeah.
But because he only drank half a bottle, or half a glass, half a glass, he only gets charged 6 gold.
Okay.
So it's not that expensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Varbuck paid the tab for y'all sleeping.
Fair.
So he just kind of paid like a bulk thing. It was like, here's gold. Now shut. You didn't see any of us. And they walk out.
Yep.
He said that to the Lupin woman.
God.
And she was like, sure. Give me the money.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, so, yeah, he paid that up and then walk out the tavern.
Yeah. So he got to hear the completely aware of her actions. Tiefling.
Yep.
Mention a like Minotaur lady and a like paladin of Mara.
Yo.
It's just like, why are you mentioning this in a tavern?
So he'd head like closer to like the like town, like midtown area. Like if there's a park in the town, he'll head to that area.
Yeah, so he'd head there.
Yeah, he'd head
also,
there.
So the Paladin of Mara is around. The Paladin of Mara is around North Pass.
Yeah.
And then you have the Eyeball Man that is like 4 days away.
Okay. So he's going to, one, once he gets to the park, he's going to go to meditation and talk to Mara about this problem. But two, he's sending out that raven to go find Varbuck.
He's like, where the fuck are you?
Go find Varbuck. Keela, you can go find Alania.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, bring in the information that you got. Don't forget to tell us the information.
Bye. She walks up.
You didn't give me an answer. She just never tells us.
She got no information. She just made a friend.
Honestly, it's true.
She just made a friend out of the lady with the red hair.
It's like
She didn't ask her any questions.
It's like Varbuck or Alania dies. It's like, okay, so we gotta find a replacement. She's like, so I have a friend. It's like, I just know how to fight. I don't know. Oh, God.
She brings in the level 18 fighter. It's like, what do you mean?
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh, very funny. Yeah, she never asked that lady with red hair any questions about any information she knew. She just became friends with her.
Oh,
that's it.
Yeah.
She meant to. She just never got around to it.
Yeah.
She'll probably send a letter. Hopefully. If she remembers.
Yeah, but if she remembers.
Boy.
Okay. Real quick, while you get that I guess I should actually talk to Mara actually real quick, and then I'll grab a drink. Yeah, she's going to meditation with Mara.
Yeah, so he would sit there and he would feel like an all-consuming darkness kind of like consume him.
Yeah.
As it feels like his body enters like, it kind of feels like a gelatin.
Okay.
That makes sense. Like it's like an odd, like it feels a hug.
Okay.
As he released and he would like kind of open his eyes and it's just complete and total darkness. As he would see Mara, who is a like rather like oddly pale woman who is completely covered in like dark clothing with like silk black hair. As she is like sitting like she's like sitting cross-legged in front of you.
Okay.
She's like, what can I do for you?
It's good to see you, Mara.
Good to see you too. I will try to have an answer.
In North Pass, there has been a follower of yours who is causing a a little bit of a disturbing, as some would say.
Okay.
No secrecy
How so?
involved. Apparently, he is cutting down people for no right or reason. That is what the rumor is. However, I'm investigating it. Figured before I went in my proper path to look down, it'd be a good idea to get in contact with you. You're normally pretty interactive with your people.
I'm not all that for people just openly cutting people down for no reason.
Exactly. The fact that a random tiefling, knew about this is a problem in and of its own.
That is concerning and annoying.
I can agree on
She
that.
prefaces the annoying part.
Uh-huh. Like, from what I understand, that would be against a paladin of you. That'd be a paladin of Mara's proper... What's the word? Oh,
That is...
pretty sure that's against it.
Yes. It is. Well, either you can handle it or I will.
That is fair.
Because that is someone who has broken an oath with Mara.
Yup.
She is not too fond of that.
Yeah! You just go, we're already in the city. If you wish, then we can handle it. If you have any information that you may have on this paladin, it would be great.
Well, I can. She would seriously think, and it's nothing. You would see her like move her arms as like the area around her would shimmer.
Yeah.
And also to give you an idea, you would be kind of like sitting down, like cross-legged in front of her.
Yeah.
And she's the area in front of her would shimmer as she would stare into it. She's like, North Pass, you say? I think I found him. Yes, he is. In fact, he's doing exactly what I told my people not to do.
That is what I figured.
Yes. Well, I can tell you exactly what to avoid with him. Don't bother going for the head. He has his steel hat. His hat will protect him from any attack that goes for the head. His clothing is more armored than it would give you an appear. And he strikes more often with his hands than his sword.
Understood.
So she has given you the most warning she can. At the end of the day, she is still a god, so she cannot handle things herself until she thinks it's necessary. So as of right now, this guy's not doing anything that would cause her to have to deal with it personally.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But because the guy has broken an oath with her, she's bordering on having enough reasoning.
Yeah.
Like, she's bored. Like, if this guy strikes Hoji and like knocks Hoji down enough, there's a shot Mara smites him.
Yeah. Gotcha.
But like only for Hoji, because Hoji is the only follower of hers. I think. Actually, no, Varbuk I think follows her too.
I think so.
Yeah, no, if he strikes Varbuk enough as well, then yeah. That would give her clear enough reason.
Fair enough.
So oddly enough, the rogue and the warlock need to take enough damage to trigger that.
Fair enough. Come at me. Hellish rebuke.
Hellish smite. Oh boy.
All right. Well, we've got our first person to deal with, and we're heading for him.
Yep, a paladin of Mara.
Yeah, he'd come out of meditation.
Also, to give you an idea, the meditation would make it so his eyes are like solid black.
Yeah.
And his appearance was almost like he looked almost foggy.
Yeah.
While he was sitting there. It's like weird, like, there's no fog, but why are you blurry? I can't.
It's like you try to hit him, you miss. It just doubles his like the blur spell. He's like, wait.
Uh-huh.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you guys would find Varbuk finally. It's
Well.
like that whole time he was in there for like 30 minutes, he'd realized the bird was looking for him the entire time, and it barely finds him like 5 minutes after he comes out of meditation.
Great.
The bird was scouring the city like, where the fuck are you? I'm about to start flying down the alleyways to look for your ass. Like, it is getting annoyed.
Yep.
But it ends up finding him talking to someone in the back alleys,
Yeah.
and it would reveal that he is talking to a dragonborn.
Cool.
So yeah, he is
Yeah.
talking to a dragonborn to try and engage Slim.
Oh, you're gonna
Yeah.
engage what? Oh. He's
Oh, boy.
dead.
I'm gonna let the
The internet's having
internet
its
have
baby
its
night, chat. Yeah, it's having its moment.
moment.
It's having its moment, chat. Hey, chat, if you ever want to draw any of these NPCs or people, feel free to. I can't pay you, though. Unless I commission you. In that case, I'll pay you. Kind of have to.
Hello.
then. Hey, man.
Yeah, so he's talking to a dragonborn. You can't tell what the dragonborn is from the distance you're at, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I still understood what you said, so you're fine. Why is he talking to a dragonborn?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh my god.
Hey.
Hey man,
Hey, man.
that took effort.
Yeah.
I might have fixed it, I don't know.
You only had one cutout, so that's better than nothing.
Yeah. But the dragonborn, you can't tell what it is from that distance.
Okay.
But it's there.
Okay. Well,
You're pretty sure it's a black dragonborn. You're pretty sure.
yeah. Well, he would just
Which means it's an
telepathically-
acid.
Fair. Well, he would just telepathically just like tell the raven to land on Varbuck's shoulder, because that's normally a good significant thing for him to be like, oh, it's time to go.
Yeah, the bird like lands. Varbuck looks at it like, oh shit. Like the most like, oh, have I been gone that long?
Yeah, you have, man. You have.
Damn. Okay. He like says, keeps talking to the guy for a couple more seconds and then heads off.
Fair enough. Alright.
He got, from what you can gauge, he like confirms that he'll handle it. He basically tells the Dragonborn that he and his friends will handle it,
Okay.
and then they walk off. So he's confirmed that they will get something
Oh boy.
done.
But just remember, it has to be lawful. I can't do an evil murder for no reason. So it better make sense, Varbuck. You better not just told this man that, yeah, we'll go rob that random bank for you. 'Cause I know he would. I know him well enough.
I fucking love the you better not have just said we'll rob a bank. is your immediate concern?
Oh. Good reason.
What do you mean, man?
Varbuck.
Where's Varbuck ever let down?
He's never let me down, but his alignment has sometimes. His alignment's questionable.
Oh my god, yeah, so this gives you an idea of the Dragonborn that Varbuck was talking to.
Okay.
If it'll send. Within a year.
Okay, yeah, definitely a necrotic. Black scaled, orange slicked back,
He's-
yellow eyes, chains over his neck and like random bits, probably using it as a weapon, like proper armor,
That's-
like knight's armor type of
Yeah.
deal. So
Yeah. Probably a former knight of some kind. Which means he's probably not asking you to rob a bank.
thankfully.
But he's probably asking for the death of somebody.
Yeah. Gotta find out who it is, and we gotta deem whether or not we should actually be killing this person. He may be a knight, but not all knights are good people.
Nope. Varbuck also failed to get the guy's name.
Oh boy.
He's like, yeah, I'll just find him in the alleys. It's like, yeah, whatever works, man.
Whatever works. Whatever gets you your groove on, man.
He's making your money. What do you want from him?
You right.
I love how his alignment has disappointed you a few times.
Okay, so we gotta go track down that paladin. I'm guessing Keela probably would have got to it. Will probably get to us by the time Varbuck gets to us.
Yeah, so that brings back Anya, who she seems content with her work for the day.
Okay.
She's made money, so she's happy.
Fair enough.
She also got a tip.
Okay.
That she got a weird tip that the general store has like a secret business that it does on the side.
Okay.
That's a tip she received.
And that was who that does this business?
The general store owner has a side business that he does underneath the grocery store.
Okay. So
yeah.
try and investigate that in the process. We'll have Polly handle that.
Polly would do that. You
Yeah.
got it, boss.
Yeah.
She walks off with her posse of death to go and intimidate the shit out of somebody.
Ava will do all the charisma talking. Polly will read her mind. And Cindery will stand there with a gun.
Not drawn yet.
Yeah.
The concerning part. Yet.
Yup. Okay.
I'm still like chuckling to myself about the fucking whale.
God knows the whale is
Nalmus.
By the way, before
You
you
like
leave,
yeah, you need to go get a drink.
yeah. So while I do that, you just fucking fill the void with something. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, you got it, man. Okay, so if my internet allows, I will explain in full what will be happening. So they're gonna have to find somebody to do some things. help them deal with this random glass creature I'm gonna throw at him. And you have no way of telling him that I'm doing this, because you're not here. So, I can tell you that I'm going to be throwing a glass dragon at him. Now, you'll have to stay and listen to see if I'm telling the truth, because I could be lying. But there will be a glass dragon at some point in this campaign, or it could be in 5 minutes. You don't know, but I do. So you'll have to stay and listen if you ever want to find out if you'll actually have to fight a glass dragon. Place your bets in the comments on whether or not there'll be a glass dragon.
And I'm back.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, so...
Did you hear any of my statements?
No.
Great.
Okay. Paladin of Mara. We gotta track
I want to
him
mention
down.
I talked. I want to mention I talked that entire time non-stop.
So the Paladin of Mara. By the way, this is something that I should mention for the people. Because of my patron, one of the things that I got early level was the Raven that we have mentioned before, like twice now at this point. The Raven is a phantom raven that I can see through the eyes of and hear whatever it hears whenever I use its ability. It doesn't take an action. It doesn't have a limit to being able to use it, but I can only see it if it gets any more than like I think it's 100 feet away. I will not be able to see or hear what it hears and sees, neither will I be able to talk to it telepathically. It has to be within the 100-foot range. But it can go as far as, like, I think it's 3 miles away. Let me double check, but it's like, it can go a good distance away from me before it would, like, basically...
That's from your Phantom Valkyrie patron.
Yeah.
The god you follow is Mara.
Yeah, the god I follow is Mara. It's from my patron. Sorry, my apologies. No, I thought I said patron. That might have just been me.
You said patron Mara, and I was like, wait.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So the crow vanishes when it dies, if you die, or if the two of you are separated by more than 5 miles. At the end of a short rest or long rest, you can call the crow back to you, no matter where it is, or whether if it died, it can reappear within 5 feet of you. So it can go far as it needs to, but it's just, after that 100 feet, I can't really reach it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
If it dies, I
But
can
after
bring it
those
back
5
after a short
miles, it
rest.
just kind of disappear.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. Well, I got 2 cookies and a drink.
Yeah. Nice. Don't let them be stolen.
I won't. I'll shoot Varbuck if he tries to. Okay.
I will send you this because this has whale energy.
God, what are you sending me?
This has a whale shark energy.
He sent me a meme. Now I'm just gonna show this onto the OBS. When the prey is on the predators, think twice. Except for the honey badger. Honey badger doesn't give a shit.
It'll just fucking fight anything and not give a damn.
That's how honey badgers are, man. Just so people get to see this shit. 'Cause this is the type of stuff I have to deal with every day of my life. This is what we're dealing with.
This is what I find funny.
Yeah. Yeah, and I deal with 5 seconds a day, every day. No, that's Anya. Anya has to deal with them every day. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Get that image off.
You
my
tolerate
screen.
my existence. Tolerate.
Dude, I tolerate my own existence.
That's fair, man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you guys would head out to go and deal with the good old Mara follower, who is posing like. So what you would basically let you know is that he does have a sword, but he's probably a monk. It's a weird, like,
Yeah.
He can use the sword, he just chooses to punch people to death.
Fair. So not only did he break his oath, he then turned around and told her, "Fuck you, I'm not gonna be your paladin."
No.
He's really asking for
He's
it.
like,
He's really asking to be smited by a god right now. Like,
he's like a paladin monk. So he already had the monk bit, but
yeah, probably like he
it was
betrayed
like
the paladin bit, like completely. He's really asking for it.
He really is. He really is.
It's like if you do that to a god of radiancy, it's like, okay, well, that's not as bad. They probably wouldn't be as mad, because those type of gods are normally more typically like friendly. They're dealing with a goddess of darkness. You're gonna snap your neck, man. Yeah.
She'll snap your neck and no one will ever know.
Yep. Okay, so.
Yeah, let's
track him down. Send the raven out.
Yeah, so you guys would start doing the hunt. Would you guys go out hunting during the day or the night?
Night, because our people need to rest. Because we naturally travel
They were
at
up
night,
during
and
the
we had
day.
to be up during day for that press thing. So.
Yep. Yeah, the press was, thankfully you were like, yeah, let's do this at like 2 in the morning. And the press was like, no.
Like everyone in unison sent a separate letter to him saying no.
No. Dude, the fucking no.
It's the thing that they gave it thought to. They genuinely went, yeah, no, I'm not, nah.
That's so unnecessarily funny. There's been a lot of funny bits this session.
I think it's because, like, I'm gonna be honest, the press is what really made this session so far. I'm gonna be real. Like, I can imagine the people the person who actually contemplated that was the fucking whale. The whale and the tiefling lady. They were definitely the two people, and maybe the optimistic elf. Those were the people, like, everybody else just had a meet note. They're like, well, yeah, no. The whale who realized he wasn't able to make it there in time was like, no, please, I want to make it. How about daytime? Yeah, like that's the only reason why he said no, because he knew he was gonna be able to make it in time.
Because it was like 2 a.m. that day, and he's like, I'm not making that. No.
God, I hope the other press says no too.
I hope. They thought like the ones that understood that none of them knew that a whale was gonna be showing up.
Yeah.
None of them knew that the ocean empire even knew that this was happening. No one knows how they found out, but they knew.
Oh man.
Like, no one told them.
How is she gonna make sure to send a letter to them? Like, that's 100% the fact of, like, Hoji sends one letter out to, like, the normal press building, thinks about it, and it's like, wait, I know for a fact they're gonna forget these fuckers. Let me send a letter out.
Oh my god.
The Ocean Kingdom press actually gets a letter for once. It's like, wait, what? Who?
What?
Go immediately, whatever it is. Go check this out.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And without thinking, they sent the barbarian instead of the bard.
They sent the barbarian who had his charisma was oddly high,
Yeah.
but his intelligence was trying.
Yeah.
He was trying. Cut him some
pushing
slack.
my hand away. Why are you pushing my hand away? Oh, you're trying to play. I see. Yeah, because he's netting my arm now. What are you doing? Don't kick my... Don't kick me. Don't kick me. Don't want you to kick me. Yeah, I don't want you to kick me. You want head pats? You want head pats? You want a belly rub? Yeah, you like the belly rub? Yeah. Yeah, you like the belly rub. Alright, buddy. Hey everyone, this is the cat intermission. I'm turning on to the actual camera for a quick second. Cat intermission. We have a cat.
Cat intermission?
He is big. He is fluffy. This is the cat intermission.
He exists.
He is a giant, shungest baby. This is not even my cat.
You know what this is?
Cat.
You know what this is?
What?
This is when like the D&D characters look up and there's just a fucking cat getting on the D&D board.
100%, 100%, man.
And they're just sitting there like, no, please, no.
The cat steps on like the figurine and the whole guy is just killed. I've seen that like meme, like someone made that into a full-on TikTok meme. It was like a 30-second thing. The cat was just like slowly like batting and stepping on the figurines, and the people were just dying.
Yeah, no, it was great acting. Like actually, I thought it was super good.
Yeah, it was so damn good. I love that. Anyways, getting back on track.
I want to mention I've just been making something in the background. I've just been using this time to my advantage. Like
fair. Jasper's currently trying to grab a hold of my arm to violently and aggressively, like the predator that he is, bite me. No.
Vicious.
He also is doing the other thing where he grabs a hold of my arm and he uses his back legs and starts furiously kicking me, like rapid succession kicking me. Because he did, for those who don't know, he doesn't have front claws, but he has his back claws. Because when we got him, they had their claws already taken off. So he just uses, so he would just rapidly kick you if he's trying to scratch you. Like,
what an asshole.
He and his brother are both that way, because they both don't have front claws, so. Apparently, getting front claws removed apparently hurts the cat or something, which I didn't know, but apparently people have said that. I know nothing about that stuff. I just know I prefer not having cats scratch me. I understand having the need to have them at least have back claws, because they need to at least be able to fight for themselves if things get bad, if they like get out. I don't have outside cats. I don't want to have an outside cat. I prefer inside cats, because if you let them out, then it's like there's a shot they just don't come back one day. And there's a shot that's not even because they forgot you. There's honestly like if they know there's food, they'll come back. The problem is there's things like people driving like maniacs and running over the cat. That's the bigger issue.
Yep.
And the thing is, you would never know. You would never know that your cat that you cared so deeply about got ran over. Or worse scenario, you walk out of your home and you see that your cat is dead on the street. Like, that's fucked up. I don't want to see that. That'd crush me.
Yeah.
It's like, think of it like this. Let me take the thing you love the most and let me grab a AK-47 and open fire. Like, that's how I see that. Don't do that. I will pop your tire while you're driving.
My man, that's a threat.
I will stand Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't do that. But also, don't run over cats or dogs or any animal. Fucking bitch.
Listen here, shit face. Nice.
Yeah? Yeah? You gonna run over the butterfly? You gonna run over the butterfly? I fucking hope I hope Archon strikes you. I hope Archon spitefully strikes you in your leg. In your right leg. So your calf doesn't work. Like, how's it going, man? I
was just gonna let you have your moment.
That's fair. 4 hours into this
You
podcast,
needed.
and we're still doing it. Still going
We
strong.
can stop whenever, man.
Nah, man, I want to record the whole damn Hoshi thing. So I want to remember this campaign when I come back to it. Look at it, and be like, oh, that was a big funny. Because I'm honestly really mad that I did do that with Mirio. The problem is we didn't think about doing it until like halfway into the Mirio campaign, and by then it was way too late to really do it. Because there'd be so many missing bits and things. We also missed like the best bits of Mirio before we even thought of it. Which is like the thing that really upset me. Because I'm looking back, I'm like, he got stuck in a vase? That was funny. Like all the encounters he had with Nim when she was still a bouncer was fucking hilarious.
I'm glad that bit I held up was good.
Yeah, the latter bit really got me. That was fucking amazing.
What the falling down the ladder?
That, but also just the snarky remark of, no, fuck you, I'm going first. Oh, so I get a view. Just Nim saying to the guy who actually has a it's a thing of like the guy is like who isn't just a box body type and actually has a feminine body, just getting told by the woman, yeah, so I get a view. It's like, hi, fucking, why? The femboy who had like an open dress, and you could very well see that shit if you were really looking. Like, he didn't need that in his mind and being aware of that. Like, there was so many good moments from Mirio, man. Dude met
She
a
had
bouncer.
no pity.
Yeah, I know. That she's his girlfriend now, which is the fucking funny thing. Or I guess her girl. Mirio got marries a woman now.
He is now a she.
Yeah, look at the.
There's nothing more to say on that.
Yeah, as Anya once said when we were trying to figure out sizing. Voluptuous. That is all.
As Anya, you have been quoted in that how you stated the sizing. Voluptuous. That is all. Moving on. In reference to Mirio.
To be fair, Anya had just woken up when that happened, when she got asked that question. You
got asked the question, and you said that was your response, and like your sleep state of fucking shut. Don't speak to me.
It's like.
What was the question she was asked exactly?
What would be the proportions of a man that was turned to a woman when the reason
What would
why
be the proportions?
when it's been made by an eldritch goddess of blood and lust?
So what would be the proportions of a man who got turned into a woman by the eldritch goddess of blood and lust? Your response: voluptuous.
That was the response. Yes, I remember this quite clearly.
But yeah. Continuing.
I only remember, it's the thing of like, I have a bad memory, but I remember this because it made me fucking cackle. But yes, continuing.
I also just remember, like, when Mirio got blasted drunk from one step.
It's like they were doing the
and
Durla
was poisoned
special.
for 4 days.
Yeah, she drank the Durla special. She was like, she asked she told the Durla tavern keeper that at a tavern that she was working at to surprise her, quote unquote, and all the Durla workers and her 2 companions that were with her at the time, Witter and Gib, the Grung companion. Also, she had Chili, the Owl Lynx cub that came with her. They all gathered up and drank this concoction of like mixed brews. The Durlas were fine. Witter took one sip and collapsed. She saw Gib chug his, smile, and walk away. She saw Chili
take a sniff.
Not sniff. She took one lick. And fell over. And she, out of pure panic, because she sat down, and Nim and Sarai, the two women that she has on multiple occasions without meaning to, bumped into while they were stealthing, and either slammed her ass into them, grabbed their tits by accident, and other such various things. And she, this entire time, Muriel had felt heavily apologetic because they felt so bad about this shit happening constantly. Because that happened, I think, 4 times already by the time this event was currently occurring.
God.
Muriel, out of panic of being squished between two people, just wanted to get it out of there. So she chugged the alcohol. Saw things get real dizzy, real fuzzy, and then collapse. And she didn't know until way later on in the campaign, like months later on in the campaign, that when she fell backwards, because she got up, turned around, stood up, and then fell backwards, she slammed her head directly into Sarai's ass. So that's how that went.
Yep.
And for the past 4 days, she's been sleeping in Nim's room.
But going back to Hoji.
Yes.
God. That was a side tangent and a half.
We do a lot of these.
This is great, man. As you guys would eventually, it's one of those things like you find him pretty easily using your like Raven.
Yeah.
Like, you find him pretty easily because the Raven knows what it's looking for. It's looking for someone stealthing. It's now gonna have an easier job looking for him.
Yep. I'm just watching from my left eye.
Yep. As eventually it would spot him about like it was only like 2-hour walk out of North Pass. Like the guy was right there.
Oh, okay.
Like if the guards had known about him, they probably would have handled him themselves and probably died. It was one of those like the guards aren't really equipped to deal with this type of person. They'd try.
Yeah.
They'd still die.
Yeah.
Like
we don't need anyone dying. Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys would sneak up.
Yeah. We would have fully prepped. Hoji would have his mask up and hood on. Fully prepped.
Steph.
Yes, Steph. So let me roll my stuff.
Go.
This is a... Where's my stealth? 12 plus 7, so a 19. Dirty 19.
Okay. Okay, so 21 from Alenia. Yeah. From Keela, she gets a 7.
Keela. Keela, come on.
Barbuck gets advantage because he is in darkness.
Fair.
Okay, yeah, that's... Varbuck, it's that weird thing of he's having to walk like on branches and leaves.
Yeah.
Which he's not used to. He's more used to alleyways. So he gets like a dirty 14. So he's like, leaves. They're loud.
Fair enough.
Like, the problem is his like claws are like puncturing through the leaves as he's walking. And he's like, I can't stop it.
Yeah, you know, that's fair actually. That is actually fair.
For everyone to know this, Anglirians have like very razor sharp claws and razor sharp teeth. So his claws poking a leaf would just punch right through it. So it's one of those like that's kind of out of his control.
Yeah, he can only really do so much about that, and it's not a whole lot.
He's like, I can curl in my hands, but then they're even louder because I'm essentially punching the ground, which is extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah. I'll see if I can get a hold of the image real fast. So I
So
can actually
what they
put
would
it up.
see,
Yeah. Keep going.
yeah. So what they would see is they would get a good look at the paladin.
Mhm.
He's wearing. Let's go ahead and send the image. But he's got on his body. He's got like 2 long swords on each of his hips. His gauntlets are like reinforced,
Okay.
and he's got like 5 javelins on his back. That's what you
Yeah.
guys can see pretty
Okay.
easily.
So here's what I see from this image, and I'll go let you guys know. So think of like Mortal Kombat, the lightning god's name. I can't remember his name at the current time. Think of like that hat. So it is a very like flat Japanese styled like based hat, but it's probably got a steel tip on the edge bit. It could probably double as like a blade, honestly. It is purely black with the edges of it being like a gray. That's why I say that steel bit. We're talking like a black cloak, full black by the way. Like a black cloak that goes over, it definitely has some type of padding on the shoulder area. We're looking at like some chain bit that kind of connects the 2 ends of the cloak to kind of connect together so it doesn't just separate and fall off. And then like just a black armor. Like just full on, like he is like almost pitch black in everything he's wearing.
He couldn't very easily disappear into the night.
Oh
But
yeah.
because you guys are Mara followers, you guys have an easier time spotting him. However,
Yes.
the others will be rolling. If he tries to stealth, he will be a bit harder for them to see.
That
but
is
the
fair
Mara
enough.
followers will be able to spot him.
Also, real quick for the
They'll be
people
like,
who are
I
here.
know what we're looking for.
This is an
Yes.
Anglirian. This is a reference picture. There is an actual thing. So, this is up on D&D Beyond. It is a race that I had made, like, I think a few months ago. If you guys want to go check it out, you can. It is Anglirian. It's literally just anglerfish, just I-A-N at the end. That's the only difference between an angler and an Anglirian. And had the spelling, just Anglerian, if you want to go look it up, because also in that description of how the race works and the living style, culture, and all that of this race, there is also a reference to the artist, which I will also very quickly mention because I've actually put it up on here, and I'm not going to leave them in the dust because that is rude, and you got to be a dick to do that. This reference sheet that was made by a person named Well Hidden. They are on DeviantArt. Go check them out. But yes. So, yeah. Does he notice us?
He does notice the Anglirian and the bard that trips and falls.
Keela.
She rolled a 3.
Okay. So here's what I want to do. I want to prep an interception.
Okay.
Because I want to see how this guy reacts to Keela falling over. Because there's a shot he is being misunderstood. And he may not actually be striking people down. Again, it's one of those things where, like, these are rumors that we're working with here. So there's a shot that people were wrong. So before striking, we should analyze.
Yeah.
So I'm going to prep.
So you would see
Yeah.
him an interception. So you
Yeah.
would see him stand up, like immediately he shoot his feet. He was probably cross-legged, as he was just kind of probably like lightly meditating as a form of sleeping. He just kind of pops to his feet and kind of turns and looks. And he starts like slowly backing up
Okay.
because he's noticed the Anglirian. It's the thing of he's backing up because of the Anglirian.
Okay.
He sees that there's an Anglirian watching him, like staring him down.
If Keela wants to try and talk, that's probably going to be our best shot at dealing with this so far.
Yeah, so Keela will get up and she like brushes herself off, like
Yes?
things are being looked for, and I was wondering if I could help.
Ah, fair enough. Hey, Antonio. What's up? people here. On D&D Beyond, if you look up a name called Nitsify, you can find, if you go to the profile, you can find a bunch of homebrew stuff that I've made if you ever want to find any of my stuff. All my homebrew stuff is public. Adolescent Hollivans, Shaolins, Anglerians, Cursed Bell the Tanuki, Deep Sea Tritons, Darlas, Feltsies,
Okay,
Fennec
I
Kitsunes,
need to-
Hollivans. Yes?
I will need to disappear for a minute.
Fair enough.
It's gonna be a little bit longer than a minute,
Fair
so
enough.
you can
Yeah.
end for a bit, because I need to go. We need to run to the store because we are out of something we thought we had.
There. So we'll probably end the session here then.
Can't make
Um,
without it.
So I'm gonna
You
mute.
can talk normally.
I'll be back for a second. Hold on. Alright.
I'm just saying.
Alright, so, hey everyone. I'm just very quickly gonna wrap this up here real quick. Thank you guys for sticking on by. It seems that my PNG has fully dipped in the process of doing so. It's not showing that I'm talking because I'm deafened. But I just want to quickly say thank you guys for sticking on by. Again, if you want to get a hold of any of the homebrew stuff that I have made, you can easily go to D&D Beyond and look up Nitsify, Nitsify, and you can get a hold of any of the homebrew stuff from all the races, monsters, and items that I've made. And there's still a lot more that I still have to properly publicly publish out there on the D&D Beyond. But I already have like basically a full page of stuff like put out there, and then like a second page, but the second page only has like one thing up on there. But if you guys want to get hold of anything, if anything catches your eyes, from volcanic Fennecs to Tanukis to Soul Genasi's to Shazis to Shulgarians to a new race I'm working on called the Mycelians, Muras and Krats, we've got them all. So if you ever want any of those, go check them out. Sir Acrid doesn't have any socials, but I do. So you can go ahead and check out some other stuff if you ever want to. I thank you guys for stopping on by, and I will see you later. Alright, peace out. Bye-bye.